Let's see here.
Connect stream to go live. Is it going? Are we going?
Looks like you're live with a black screen at the moment.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I just have to put some window capture.
You noob. You didn't even have the window capture.
Man, I don't know how to do this bullshit.
Absolute newbie.
For real. Yeah, you should have.
I can hear myself. There we go. So yeah, you've got the audio on there.
Are we supposed to be showing our faces? Because I don't think I'm ready to do a face reveal just yet.
Okay, yeah, I got desktop and so how do I mute my own? Man, I'm so fucking bad at this.
Just go into one of your scenes and throw. Let me check. Hold on. Yeah, it sounds like you were muted.
Is this on the Springtime of Nations channel?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
So amateurish, holy shit. You're so amateur. Yeah, I'll send you over like a full list of every setting I've got after like this is over, I suppose. But like, do you not want yourself to be heard on this? Like, I don't understand.
Okay, so should I unmute myself?
Yeah, surely you wouldn't unmute yourself, or else nobody's going to hear you. Like, you want to have both the desktop audio and your own audio.
Right. Well, then why could you hear yourself?
Well, I could hear myself because I went on the stream on your channel.
Oh, well then that just makes sense.
The screen is helping me out.
Okay, I'm gonna figure this out. So how do I get
like
this?
We can see right now your monitor with like the live streaming and the OBS on it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I have like Chrome or whatever on. So how do I?
Yeah. This? So I'm assuming you want to be capturing your Discord.
Yeah, that'll do.
So let's see here. It's gonna be like a window capture thing. I'm gonna see. Add.
The screen looks
like there's a window capture thing. If you like go to the bottom of like the ad menu where you did the screen capture, you can do a window capture.
Right.
If you want to just do if you just want to do Discord.
The screen looks like that scene from Citizen Kane where he walks in front of the mirror, in front of the two mirrors, and there's they show like there's so many different reflections of them.
You're right at the bottom there. Wait, what are you doing?
Well, wait. How do I? Okay, so I just add this or whatever. But then how do I get it?
The window would be the Discord window, surely.
Wait, this one. Yeah, but how do I get the
friend?
Am I retarded? It should just show like I don't know. I could like
I suppose maybe if Discord just isn't showing, then just do a screen capture.
Oh, wait! We got it.
Yeah, just put the Discord on that screen.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. I'm glad. I'm glad literally no one is here to see this. Or how do I even check that? Yeah, viewers waiting or whatever.
You got 3 people watching at the moment.
Woo! We got it. Here we go.
It's not us, is it?
I hope it's us. All right. So, I don't know. What should we talk about? Let's talk about Morgan. You released a video today, and I released a video. So, and Zulu did not. He's a loser. Actually, you debated something, right?
Yeah. I did a debate earlier about capitalism being exploitative.
What was the verdict on that one?
I win, as per.
Mm-hmm. Who did you debate?
A guy called Con the Stoner Lynn, who emailed me, and he wanted to debate me.
Okay. How did he think that he was gonna win?
I don't know. I guess he just did.
That seems dumb. I don't know. Where do you find these people? They just email you randomly saying, I want to debate you?
Yeah, for the most part. I don't really seek out debates these days that often. Sometimes I do. But, rarely do I do it these days. It's normally somebody will, message me on Discord or message me over Twitter or, email me, and then I'll be like, yeah, sure, I'll debate you, whatever. I just accept debates.
Does it ever just get annoying to have all these random people just coming out of the woodwork, just wanting to challenge you on your beliefs?
Well, I mean, it's content.
Yeah.
So, I win in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Did
I swear to God, I like milk. Ask Zulu when he'll debate us. I will kill you. I will fucking... I shouldn't be too harsh. Because or else the stream will get banned. But, I get this all the goddamn time. Where it's Zulu debate random person X who's fucking 100x your subscriber count. It's how... Explain to me the process you expect me to take to debate this person. Explain it to me.
I mean...
And then I'll do it.
You could just invest a lot of time or recruit people to be like, bro, debate Zulu, bro. In his streams or whatever until someone, a mod sees it and passes it on to Vaush or Destiny or whatever.
But that's the thing, Vaush already knows that I exist. And he's already said, well, I'll take a look, but I have no promises here. I might debate him or not. But clearly it's weeks hence, and he has not contacted me, so...
Listen, he's a busy guy. He's got a lot of burritos to eat.
Right, yeah. I just don't have the pool to be, getting in there and being like, hey, Vosh, you gotta debate me or else there's this public fall. I just don't have the pool for that.
You try to orchestrate some type of, Sam Cedar, Stephen Crowder thing, where it's you just flood the guy, with the hashtags or something. Just to a point where the guy cannot get away from it unless he debates you.
But, I don't have the pool for that, though. I don't have the pool for this type of thing.
I mean, I assume you do think it would be good if you got to debate Vaush.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I would definitely wreck him, but, what is in it for him? Why would he want to debate me? I'm very small, and I'm smarter than him. So why on earth would he want to debate me? He would lose the debate against the person who's, a 1/100th of his size. Why on earth? What does he get out of this?
Yeah.
This is what people need to understand. I can't just, what do they expect me to do? Just shoot random emails off to people? And,
apparently people do that to you.
Well, yeah. But, I've got, 2,000 subs or something. It works for me. Because I'm open, right? I am an honest person. I'm willing to debate whoever on whatever. But Vosh is a CIA grifter. Why on earth? What does he get out of this? He doesn't want to have an honest conversation about anything. Why would he debate me? How am I supposed to approach that?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I think Vosh is a much greater debater than you guys are giving him credit for, because he has that finishing move where he'll be like, "You're stupid," so I win and you're wrong, and then he'll just end the debate. I mean, it's like that's a hard move
Does he
to compete
actually do
against.
that?
Well,
More or less. I mean, I've seen him pull that.
there is something there. Like, Vosh is an intelligent person. Like, he can get down to the core of an argument, but he refuses to on a lot of issues. So, like, if he knows he's in the wrong, he will just refuse to enact this ability of his to get down to the core of an argument. But he can do this. He's able to do this. Which is why I call him a grifter. But, like, given this, he's smart enough to know that I would destroy him. And I don't have enough of a presence to bring up a whole stink where he has to respond to me. Like, I don't see a path forward with my current level of success to get him in a debate room with me. I don't see it.
Is there anybody really close to him you think you could potentially get on? You know, join into a debate with, and then maybe use that as some type of bridge to Vosh?
Yeah, it's potential, but like I don't know who's like friends with him. I don't see the bridge towards him, apart from just bettering myself, and eventually I will be of the level where I am able to just bring him in, and maybe if I get like a Destiny debate or whatever, then suddenly I'm on that level.
Oh yeah. Speaking of Destiny, how do you think you would fare against him in a debate?
Quite well. I think I can debate most of these people who are like these big. I think Destiny would be a lot harder than Vosh, because Vosh is just a complete grifter, but Destiny is at least somewhat honest. I could have an honest conversation with Destiny. But like, yeah, I think I could demonstrate that Destiny is wrong about a bunch of shit that he says. But I think Destiny is at least honest about what he's saying, whereas Vosh is completely dishonest about what he's saying. By the way, Adrian, I'm looking at your OBS right now. It looks like you've got some channel muted, or some audio channel muted.
Wait, I unmuted it, didn't I? Oh no, I muted myself on here. I wanted to close a door. I didn't want to.
Okay.
All right. Well,
I was just making sure you hadn't just like muted half the.
I know. Well, yeah, you gotta watch out for about that with me. It's true. Well, speaking of closing doors, Morgan, you also hosted a debate that dropped today, didn't you not?
Yes, I did. I hosted a debate between Liquid Zulu and Mage, who has next to no following. But either way, I think the debate itself was interesting to watch. I think it was a good episode. Yeah, so I would recommend, checking out Morgan Meets the Eye, episode 11, entitled You Can't Handle the Truth.
Nice.
And I think there's some solid content there.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet because I just got home from work. I'm sure it's very good. Well, you know what? I'm actually looking forward to it because I know literally like nothing about Kant or Kantianism. I know the little I know is that like Kant. I only know this from like I took like a international relations class, and Kant is seen as one of the fathers of like liberal internationalism, because he believed that a like big confederation of city-states, like liberal city-states, would create world peace. He's sort of like the harbinger of the democratic peace theory, right? That democracies don't go to war with each other. But that's literally all I know about him. That and the categorical imperative. So I should watch it.
Mm-hmm. You heard.
Right. I know very little
I'm going to be
about
making clips of it.
Good.
Nice.
What were you saying, Morgan?
I know next to nothing about him, which is pretty evident from the fact that when I made the thumbnail, I used a picture of Jacoby by mistake. But I'm going to get that correct. I'm going to fix that and get that changed.
Okay, but who is Jacoby?
That is the question. I mean...
But wait, Zulu, do you know who he is?
He's just some fucking French guy.
But why is he associated with cunts?
I don't know. I think
Jamie, pull this up.
It's like if you look up Kant, you're going to see so many pictures of Jacoby. And they don't really make that type of distinction either when you actually look at the pictures.
Just some other.
I dare say that
he's
Jewish.
German philosopher.
He's Jewish.
Apparently, he's some sort of nihilist, or nihilist, if you want to be a.
Although, at least for a time, he was a liberal. Unless I'm looking at a different Jacoby.
This is Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi.
That's the one. That is the one from the Kant picture.
Yeah.
Stupid Germans. Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi. Jacob. It would be interesting to learn why he became confused with Kant. Wait. I mean, do they look similar?
I mean, they kind of do. I mean,
yeah,
I would say.
Jacobi looks like a younger version of Kant.
I want to state for the record, the reason I used the Jacobi picture instead was because I just thought it was a higher quality, from an artistic standpoint. I just thought it was a better looking picture. I thought, I don't know, maybe Kant's gotten, a lot of different portraits done over his life.
Yeah, Jacobi definitely looks better than Kant. Which, if you're a phrenologist, that speaks to something.
Okay, this guy is kind of based. He was anti-mercantilist. He supported free trade. I mean, yeah, he seemed to have woo-woo beliefs about religion or whatever, but he was like a lay epic liberal.
I probably shouldn't use, the logic of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but Zulu, since you're so against, Kant, does that mean that you are a fan of Jacobi?
I guess so. By the principle of propagation or whatever.
Okay, I'm gonna Google this. Why is Friedrich Jacobi confused for Kant? Yeah, someone posted a picture or an article called "That's Not Kant." Some people are concerned with Immanuel Kant's image. No, I'm not talking about his racism. He was racist based. Let's see. I kept seeing Jacobi's. We teach our students this simply moving, but now it is no longer amusing. 7 of the first 20 pictures Googling Immanuel Kant are Jacobi.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, I gotta get this picture changed too, because until I do, I'm gonna look like an idiot. I'm feeling like Biff, from Back to the Future with that, make like a tree and get out of here.
Oh. Wait, did you switch your thumbnail already?
No, I haven't. I have to get that design switched.
I think you should keep it. I think it's very hilarious and based.
We'll see.
My video about Israel and Palestine, I captioned it "Who's right?" WHOSE, right? And I got so many comments from Reddit and on the YouTube itself, literally oh, you spelled "who's" wrong.
Yeah.
I felt like Michael Malice in that moment.
Exactly, like the "You're Welcome" podcast. Yeah. I was actually just thinking about it.
Let this be "You're Welcome." Yeah, hopefully Mr. MRH can come on. I'd love to hear what he's not working on.
Oh.
Oh.
Technically, technically, I could technically leave the picture as Jacoby. I never said that the guy in the picture was supposed to be Kant.
Yeah, no, it's supposed to be Mage.
Real. Yeah, that's Mage.
Like,
Nobody knows what he looks like yet, so it could be
you
him.
could just easily argue it was an anti-Kant episode, so, you know, maybe it was deliberate that I included him. I feel like this is just a really sad coping mechanism on my part.
I should check out my
No,
videos.
I'm definitely only from this point on. Whenever I reference Kant, I'm only using a picture of Jacoby.
That's great.
I just think that's way funnier.
Nice.
Did Mage instantly know that it was Jacoby?
Probably.
Oh, he didn't say no.
He seemed to hate the title of the episode more than the picture.
Well, yeah, we already know he was not a fan of the Kant puns.
He can't enjoy them.
They're just too easy.
I can't see that.
I went through so many different ideas. Like, I wanted to call it "You Can't Spare One Square."
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, I thought nobody would get the Seinfeld reference.
I don't think enough people would get it.
I thought it was personally hilarious when I came up with it, but not for everybody.
Oh, wait. I kind of get, like, how it could be, like, very funny, right? Because it's sort of like, whatever, like, Kant's ethics or whatever. I can dig that. Okay, yeah, so my video's doing okay right now. It hasn't taken off yet. My magnum opus, the one I've spent more... Don't post that! Do not leak the group chat in the stream. I'm streaming this channel. Fuck. That was a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, that was
sir, this is out of context.
this is against the rules. Okay, yeah, so I post my pan-secessionist manifesto. I hope you saw that scene of you slurping your beer during the Scotland debate. I like how
I haven't actually watched that.
Okay, you got it.
Yet.
It's great. It's great. Pengy leaves in the audio of you go, or maybe he adds in like fake like a sound effect of you doing that.
Nice.
Yeah, man, I'm pretty happy with it. I would be crushed if it did worse than average. Honestly, I would be crushed if it did average, considering I had to pay Pengy to do it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I paid for an editor because I honestly, now that I did that, I need to at least change from like the that kind of static like montage, like or whatever slideshow thing. I need to at least do like some simple panning because I know how to do that. I'm just too lazy. But from now on, I promise there will be no static shots. There'll be at least some like light panning over images or zooming out, zooming in, or some shit like that. Because
so the thumbnail for the most recent one.
Sorry.
So the most recent thumbnail, that was the one you had somebody draw for you. This fight the empires.
No, that's literally like some leftist propaganda that I hijacked. I'm thinking about switching. I don't know. I mean, I definitely could use the one that Zulu was making for me, or I could save it for another video because it's quite good.
Like, I have some differing concepts for that thumbnail. Like, I want this to be like, because the editing is already there, so I want to have this video pop off. So I'm trying to like,
okay, yeah.
like one of the ideas I have for a thumbnail is like I've got like the United States divided up in different images, and like it's kind of disintegrating. Like all the states are going away from each other, and it's like disunite the union or something.
Oh yeah, like they're kind of like moving apart. Like they're like where there's space between the states.
Yeah.
That would be good. I could get into that.
And also, given the title of, like, Kill the Leviathan or whatever, like, that, there is something there as well of, like, fighting a Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, it would have been that commission I got. But it just fell through, and I wanted to get this out. So, yeah. But I can definitely... Yeah. There's definitely still time to change
You can always change... Yeah, you can always change the thumbnail.
Yeah. That's... Yeah.
It's definitely a solid video, and my personal favorite part was probably at the beginning where they showed the video that you and I did, just because I like to see my own content out there. My own content, that is.
Oh yeah, when your like videos like floating or whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I mean, the reason I made this is because I can't just be like, oh, watch this 1 hour video of me defending or explaining Panther Session and all. It's like woof and warp. Like, I need something to be like. I actually convinced the guy, and he's not like a ANCAP, but he's kind of like market anarchist leaning. I sent this to him, and he said, okay, I'm adding Pan-Secessionist to my bio, finally. Because I apparently convinced him that this is the way. So that's something. MRH, are you here, or are you just...
I'm here, but my mic quality is probably terrible.
That's
fine.
It's okay. It's fine.
All right, I'll probably end up rejoining, and it'll get better. But this is it for now, because I have people begging me to join the VC because I'm just that famous, basically.
He got on his knees and begged. He begged me. They begged me to do it.
Oh, he did. I was begged and begged and begged.
Who did Trump say that? Who did Trump say that about?
Who? What are you talking about?
Trump.
It might have been about like DeSantis or something.
Yeah. Yes. Maybe. I mean, he's probably said this about a bunch of guys. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay,
like Trump, like at some rally, he was like, he begged me on his hands and knees. He said, Donald, I need you to do this or whatever. And I did it. I begged. He begged me.
Sounds like something out of The Godfather, like Donald Trump just making him kiss the ring or something.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I found it. DeSantis begged for endorsement with tears in his eyes.
Trump is like, he just has the meme magic. There's something to him. But like, Adrian, I have to ask you, why do you have the Discord window as like a tiny little window in your screen as opposed to being maximized? Don't
maximize it. I think it's funny. Keep it horrible so and like impossible to like tell what's happening. Yeah, I love it. No, unironically, like keep it that way.
Fucking boomer! Why do you do this?
I'm literally a boomer.
Because he wants to show everybody all the icons in his background and his crazy, like complicated background with 3 applications open.
Who's got Neo?
Amazing.
Yeah, to make it more boomer, you need to get back the activate Windows Now watermark or something.
Yeah, do that, and get wallpaper engine on Steam. This isn't going to make it more boomer, but it'll make it more busy and complicated, so it's like impossible to watch the video and like understand what's happening. Like get like something extremely complicated and moving in the background. Open up like Google Chrome, like hit play a video. That'd be fucking hilarious. Yeah. Just go full into it.
Have the Godfather playing in the background of the stream for no reason.
But stretched, so like and cropped, so you can't see like what's happening, but there is like a video.
I don't know about that.
Have those Sam Hyde like aesthetic videos on. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Kind of like all over the place. That would just make it better, I think. But whatever, do what you want, dude.
MRH, when are you gonna make a new video?
Tomorrow, dude. No.
Every day at dawn.
Yeah, I said every day at dawn. By every day at dawn, it's like, you ever hear, like, you know how Christians, like, they say Genesis or whatever, like when God said that the world was made in, well, whatever it was, 7 days or something. He didn't literally mean 7 days. He meant like 7, like, God days. You know what I'm talking about?
I think you told us this cope before.
This quote? What?
Cope. This cope
This
before.
cope.
No, it's not. No, I haven't. I just made this up on the fly. I'm saying that I'm like that. When I say every day, that just means something different to you guys, you know? Hey, I'm sorry. That's just how it works.
You're kind of like the ANCAP Daniel Day-Lewis, where you'll put a video out, then just completely disappear. Then be like, I quit, coming right back again, making another one.
Exactly. That's a great way to put it.
He's literally me.
Yeah.
MRH, did you see my video?
Which one? I saw the right-wing one. I don't know if I saw the newest one. I still haven't seen Zulu stuff, which is horrible. It's been like over a month.
Wait, you haven't seen what by Zulu?
I haven't seen his. I still have not gotten around to watching the course yet. I still have to do that.
Oh yeah.
God.
I know.
The free version.
I know.
Very rare.
I'm a demon. A horrible demon.
Awful.
Do you guys remember
sorry.
that $1 Million Extreme? Like, this was way back. They hired just some random girl to like look at the MDE website as like.
Yes, yeah, I do. I don't remember that, but I heard about this happening. Yes.
It's a great video. It's just like some normie girl like clicking on random links, and she's like, this like looks like a virus or whatever, and I'm not comfortable with this anymore, and that's like MRH's review of he's just like clicking through like Zulu's like site.
It's actually true. Yeah. I clicked through the text documents, and that's what I said.
Is this guy
is
like
so
a pedophile?
I have considered taking Disenthrall was like shitting on my course on Twitter, but I was like he like said like an out of context thing where it sounds like an endorsement. I was considering taking that as an endorsement and putting it on the page.
That would be fun.
Dude, that'd be fucking hilarious. Do it.
What did he say exactly?
Let's see.
He said something about how great it was that libertarians have that some libertarians like do have put all the wrong stuff in one place.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I would just like put like a ... It's so amazing that people like Liquid Zulu are putting ... this stuff out there.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Do it.
Do it. Do it.
Do it, pussy.
Do it.
Do it. Where the fuck is that? Where's that from? Do it.
I
That's
It's good. It's Gus selling Walter to
yeah.
tracker on. I watched it like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, so big. Are you done with it yet?
I haven't finished season 4 yet. My friends are out of town,
God.
so I'm on ice.
Jesus.
I know.
Oh, by the way, I think I discovered something about the YouTube monetization system. I think when I say that I'm going for a smoke at the end of my debates, I think it demonetizes me for that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I think it does do that because you aren't allowed to glorify tobacco usage. In your,
Dude, you should. Okay, instead of saying that though, you should say going for a smoke of weed.
yeah.
Then you'll be fine.
Ending it with, I'm gonna take a smoke. Lord, forgive me.
Yeah, but like I think that does contribute to it. But like, yeah, that's complete bullshit. Like, I'm not glorifying anything. I'm just saying what I'm doing.
Also, well, I mean, you would glorify it, right? Because that's like objectivism.
Yeah, I'm an objectivist, but I think everybody should always smoke all the time.
The torch of liberty. That's what. See, in an
It's a particularly
objectivist,
rational cigarette.
in objectivist
I haven't read that.
the Liberty statue, the Statue of Liberty, would be holding a cigarette instead of a torch.
Yeah.
That's so based. That's if there's any reason to want anarchism, that's the reason I think.
Yeah, a nice.
Yeah,
little,
I'm gonna go for a
fancy
Torch of
cigarette.
Liberty at the moment, so I'll be back in a bit.
Thanks for demonetizing
Yeah, dude.
me, bro.
I'm going to go smoke.
You're not monetized yet. That's
I'm
why
not
you're doing this.
monetized. Yeah, that's literally why I'm doing this.
It's irrelevant to you.
I
Yeah,
feel like
but
what
they.
you should do is, you should
Yeah.
lose a debate, then say you're going to take a smoke, because at least that way that'll send the message that hey, folks, only losers smoke. Think about it, could work.
I think.
No, say.
Google's.
I
not
think
that
what
smart.
Adrian said was. I think what Adrian said is good. Say I'm going to go smoke weed and have gay sex, and then they will not demonetize you.
They'll double monetize you. They'll put you
Yeah.
in a partners program for that one.
Right. Is there a partners program on YouTube? Is that I thought they got rid of that.
Yeah,
Or was that
that was
YouTube
when,
Heroes?
that was a long, long time ago.
Yeah, that doesn't exist. Okay. What do you guys think about that other Twitch platform? You know what I'm talking about? That other streaming
Rumble,
platform
yeah.
that like people keep going to? Yeah, Rumble, and there's like another one that keeps signing people.
Well, Cozy.
Yeah, okay. Not Cozy. Cozy, no. That don't count. Were you saying, did I interrupt you or something?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say Fabian apparently uses Rumble a lot.
Yeah. But it seems like a lot of people are going to that. In my experience, there's that everything that escapes my perception doesn't exist. You know what I mean?
True.
So
I know Twitch was talking about how they were coming out with this Partner Plus program that would give some streamers, a 70-30 split of subscription revenue. And then I know Kick came in immediately afterwards just to quote tweet that and said that they're actually going to up that and do 95-5, subscription revenue, which is way higher too, in the grand scheme of things.
Yes, Morgan.
Yeah.
Jamie, can we pull up that math real quick? Which number is higher?
Yeah. Oh man, I think 95 might be higher actually.
I'm an Austrian, so I can't do math.
Mm.
Dude, do you realize that this is? Do you realize they could take our house? Do you realize that this could be what's it called? That this is a podcast, basically.
What this right
Have you
now?
thought about that? Yeah. Like, what differentiates this from a podcast?
I mean, it doesn't have to be differentiated. I think to a certain extent, what Morgan. I mean, Morgan can like.
Yeah.
I don't know if he uploads these as podcasts or his things as podcasts, but they're basically podcasts too.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, this is sort of like my podcast, just not as good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just dumber and worse.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Horrible.
thing, yeah. I mean, well, for some reason, people actually tend to like these kinds of things.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah.
Oh, really?
I've got no subscribers.
Y'all got
Oh,
no subscribers.
It'll happen. You just have to do something out of pocket, dude.
I'm
You
gonna
gotta challenge someone to a fight.
post some incredibly clickbait video like Beyonce videotapes of taking off bathing suit at the beach with Ron Paul. They click on it. It's just me singing the Rickroll song.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, that's-
you know what? I can't. I forgot we're on a live stream. I can't say horrible things.
I know. I had some people I wanted to kind of blanket invite, but then I'm just thinking maybe keep it to people I can trust, not to scream obscenities.
Who are you? Oh, you know what? I can't expose. I was about to ask you, and then you were going to expose the people who you don't would shout horrible things. Who are you? Oh, you know what? I can't expose. I was about to ask you, and then you were going to expose the people who you don't would shout horrible, horrible things. Who would shout horrible, horrible things. 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 What are these people saying in the chat, dude? Dude, this video is blowing up right now.
Bro, I'm blowing up right now. Bro, I'm Muslim, bro.
Khan Academy only teaches Keynesian economics. Thoughts?
What, is that in the chat?
Yeah, dude, that's in the chat. Aren't you? If you're streaming, you gotta interact with the chat, dog.
I'm like a million years old. I have no idea what's going on. Let's see. Okay, hold on.
Oh my god. I love how you dude, you need to get this. You need to get a
Wait, where is this?
structure. In the chat, the live chat.
Okay, I'm in live chat right now, I think.
Bro. Dimitri Brooksfield doxed. Send somebody to that guy's house.
We gonna kill you, dog.
Yeah.
Why don't I see anything? I need Zulu is like holding my hand, like setting.
Oh my god. I'm one of the two
Okay,
people in the chat right now.
here we go. Pop out chat.
The viewers are gonna love this.
Okay, does Khan Academy really just teach? No, that's probably not true, because I mean, isn't like the normie thing like, okay, macro is sort of like a lot more Keynesian, but micro is still like neoclassical based. I feel like that's probably the same for like Khan Academy.
Here, I'll play devil's advocate. I think you're totally wrong. Thoughts?
Devil's advocate.
Rebuttal? No, you're right. That's the macro is generally the Keynesian type view, and micro is usually the neoclassical. But I mean, I wouldn't doubt it if Khan Academy only had a Keynesian sort of view. Like, Khan Academy is no PragerU.
True. Is PragerU? I mean,
And PragerU is no philosophy distilled by Liquid Zulu on Liquid Zulu.
I don't know, dude.
.io.
I can't get
okay, I
a
found the chat.
philosophy degree at liquidzulu.com. I can get a philosophy degree at Prager University. So.
Okay, I found.
Yeah, but that's
okay.
a Prager University degree. That's a stinky degree.
No, it's not. Prager University is a good place.
So stinky.
I
It's so
fucking
stinky.
got enrolled
It
in
smells
Trump
bad.
University.
Okay, wait. Now it's streaming me reading the fucking. How do? Okay. First of all,
You're still on trying to figure out your.
No, I figured this out, but now I'm seeing like, why isn't it back on Discord?
You can open the chat if you go to the three dots to the top right. You can just open it in a new tab.
I don't know what you're saying.
Like on the chat, if you go to the dots on the very top right.
Yeah, top chat, pop out chat. Is that what I want?
Yeah, pop out chat, and then it'll open it in a new window.
Okay.
Why are you streaming your Discord anyway? Like you shouldn't have thought of like anything else better to put on the screen.
I just got home and I was like, oh fuck, I gotta figure this out. Okay, so the first person to say something is and then something Spanish. Subutilizados por siempre.
Oh my god, you guys haven't read the chat at all since it started?
Well, someone said as Zulu when he will debate Vouch, and I think Liquid Zulu's like at least saw that.
Yeah, I've been
well,
having the chat up. I've been more attentive to the chat than the guy who's actually streaming. Look at this amateur over here.
He literally doesn't understand what's happening. I don't know. Did you know there was a chat?
I knew. Well, I didn't know it was active. I have no idea who's watching or not. Anyway.
Oh my god, that's great. Well, it's been 20 minutes now, but I'll address it. Meme Lord said, streamer who doesn't read the chat? Impossible. Sorry, dude. I know it's been 20 minutes. You're probably gone. You probably left.
To be fair, I almost never read the chat in my streams because I'm already...
You never do. You literally never do.
I failed
I'm already busy debating a guy.
Well, if you're debating a guy, that's fine. But, like, there's 6 people in the chat currently, and Adrian doesn't know how to read the chat. Like, that is way worse. Hail the... What? What is that? Am I going to say something horrible? Is that some horrible...
It's
A Marna forum.
It's
I don't know
it's where the groypers go.
I thought it was a Gartha.
I think they go
Earth
to
is
both.
like Hollow Earth.
I don't know. Georgia. What is Agartha? Is Agartha the same thing as Amarna?
A Gartha's like
Garth is
Hyperborea, I
Hollow
thought.
Earth.
Yeah, but
Right.
like, is it like a forum?
Yeah, it's
too?
like inside. What?
Is it also a forum?
A forum? No. In fact, the Gartha's like a paradise for like white people or something.
What is the relevant?
Like that, I
I'm
think.
talking about
Hollow Earth, like...
where the
like-
wait? Did you? Okay, so you think like the groypers go to Agartha?
Well, I thought that was like the thing, you know, like they go to like Hyperborea, you know what I'm talking about? Because they're like saviors of the white race or whatever. I don't know how much I can say on YouTube.
It doesn't matter. I'll probably dump this anyway. It's good practice, though.
You gotta keep
Yeah,
this
it's good
for you up.
practice,
This,
dude.
this has to be like your channel trailer.
Jesus. You know what you should do, dude? Have you ever seen what are those guys called that stream those like that do those giant movie streams? Mahler and whoever else they have on. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
Do that. Like do the Agartha is the
Yeah,
Hollow
do
Earth where
blatant copyright infringement. That's a good way to get it monetized.
the Germans conquered the giant lizard men with psychic crystal telepathy and UFOs. Yeah, right. So no, I'm saying like do it in the format that they do it. So like record just the Discord window so you can see people talking. Like you get in like a group call basically, and then you can tell who's talking at what time. And then it's a little,
Yeah,
at least it's a
if
little
you
more
click on the
interactive than the
stream
Discord
you
general
need
chat.
Then like if you click on the stream room VC, then you actually see like, you know, just the logos of people talking.
Right. Like, hey, Adrian, can you do that real fast so that people are in the general chat?
Oh, what am I doing now?
Like, open up the chat on the VC. So do you know
Like,
how to do
If
that?
you just click on stream room, if you just click on that.
Yeah.
Just show the profile pictures.
Yeah.
Who's this JC fella? Sorry, you
Jesus
go ahead
Christ.
and...
That's
Go ahead
Jesus
and do
Christ,
this.
our Lord and Savior. Give
Oh.
him a little fucking respect.
Well, Zulu hates Jesus, actually, so...
That's true.
I'm sorry, JC. Zulu wants to kill you.
Yeah, Jesus is a nobody.
Jesus begged me to endorse them.
Zulu, whatever happened to that tournament debate? And
I've got another one coming up, but like the B word, the bitch. Who I'm supposed to be debating. She like keeps stalling for like a week. Like I'll be like, okay, right, here's the debate, here's the topic. It's like, does that work with you? And then it's like a week later, it's like, well, what happens if the bitch goes AWOL? And then minutes later, she'll be like, oh no, I'm here. So let's just refine this a little bit more. And it's like, okay, here's the refinement. Would this time work for you? And then like a week later, it'll be like, okay, alright, what happens if the bitch goes AWOL again? Minutes later, oh no, I'm here. And it's like, you know, I finally got down a time and a place for a specific contention.
Okay.
So we're doing an IP debate on let's see, the 1st of July.
Jesus Christ.
It's
Is this what's his name's tournament still?
yeah,
The
so
guy on Twitter, Solo Requiem? Yeah.
So it is the ultimate winner of all that gets $50.
No. Oh yeah, the ultimate winner of the whole thing, but this is only your second run-in, right? So you still have, what, at least 2 more after
Yeah.
this?
I think so, yeah.
Nice! I don't know, did Repeal win his, technically? You should have. I don't know if you watched that one.
Well, I should have won. Like, I did another paid thing where it was like this guy. He was like just, I don't know, like a millionaire or something. He likes to pay
Okay.
people. But he's got this like TikTok fucking.
Okay, we got a super
Big one.
chat coming in. Zulu,
Oh shit!
what do you think about Rothbard's view that Christianity developed the idea of individualism in Europe?
That's completely false. That's completely false.
Rothbard?
Christianity destroyed individualism. Yeah, Rothbard's wrong there. If he said that, he's wrong. Because under Christianity, you have this sort of divine mind who determines everything. You don't have individualism under this view. You have existence first under this view. You have whatever the fuck the divine mind thinks that is. Right, it's primacy of existence as against primacy of consciousness. The Christians are primacy of consciousness. I'm correct. I'm primacy of existence. I'm correct. I'm correct.
You're literally that. I am a surgeon. I mean, Zulu, for all your talk about, like, I mean, sorry if this is kind of getting a little vulgar, but I
hate you.
Not, but you know what? Not in that sense, but I mean, can we not look at the effects of the Christianization of Europe and see that?
Oh, we absolutely can. Let's look over the effects of the Christianization of Europe. It was death. It was fucking awful. We have the Dark Ages because of the Christians.
Zulu, I know you ain't bringing up the Dark Ages. Come on. The Dark Ages existed because of the fall of Rome. They had nothing to do with... In fact,
I wonder why Rome fell. Could it possibly be because Plato kept bringing in all this mysticism everywhere? Oh, that would make sense.
Well, if you're going to blame Plato, then don't blame Christians.
Where do you think the Christians got these ideas from? They got it from fucking Plato.
You know, to be fair, I do think there's actually a good side to the Dark Ages. Because if let's say if the Dark Ages had not happened, we'd be about 500 years, advanced of where we are technologically.
Horrible.
If we were 500 years ahead of where we were technology, we would have probably been wiped out in a nuclear holocaust about 400 years ago.
Why would we be wiped out? Because the nuclear arms race, what is that? That's statism. That's not Aristotelianism. Well, that's Platonism.
Perhaps so. I just don't know if we'd be still going down that same track just 500 years earlier than where we would be typically.
If we had a rational society this entire time, that would be fantastic. Holy shit, give me that world. I want it.
Well,
give me it.
Zula, I think you overemphasize the influence of Plato in Christian thought.
You think I overemphasize Plato in the history of philosophy? Are you insane?
In Christian thought. And you
I don't know.
In Christian thought, where do you think they got this idea of another world? This otherworldliness? They got it from fucking Plato.
I'm not sure that's true. I mean...
Where did they get it from then? I mean, did they get it from Heraclitus? He didn't have any of this. Did they get it from Democritus? No. Did they get it from Socrates? Nah. They got it from Plato. That's where it comes from.
Well, literally, like Hellenistic religion had this before Plato.
Plato gave the philosophic basis for it. Plato gave the philosophic basis for this otherworldliness. You don't have this before Plato. Like Plato, say what you want about him, he's a genius. He was able to ground this otherworldliness in an actual philosophy. If only he had never been born, and we would never have any of this shit.
I mean, that's a little far-fetched, don't you think? I mean, even saying that, it's like no one could have thought of like what Plato thought of.
Maybe they could have, but Plato is one of the greatest philosophers of all time in terms of the breadth of his philosophy.
Somebody take that out of context and post that everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go to back to the second part of my statement. Okay, I think you're overstating the influence of Plato on Christian thought and understating the role Aristotelianism played in Christian thought, especially when we're talking about the High Middle Ages and the Renaissance. I mean, after you have the Scholastics with Thomas Aquinas, Thomas Aquinas was able to reintroduce Aristotle. But before then, you have the Dark Ages, where it's just complete Neoplatonism. I mean, but the Dark Ages, I mean, again, like, it wasn't, I don't think there's a credible historian that largely places the blame of the decline.
Most historians are idiots who don't understand anything.
Well, okay. I happen to be a historian by trade, or at least by. But I mean, there's so many different like factors that led to the decline of the Roman Empire, and indeed, like the ravages of the Dark Ages, the collapse of the Roman Empire, were alleviated in all different parts of the Roman Empire by Christianity. Christians preserving the works of the great Roman.
They didn't preserve the works of Aristotle, though. That was the Muslims who did that. It was people like Averroes. They preserved Aristotle, and then the Christians imported it from there.
But that's just a fluke of like, you know.
It's not a fluke, right? The Christian every factor which led to the downfall of Rome and which led to the rise of the Western world again, it's all comes down to philosophy, the philosophy of the day. Like whatever it is which goes on, it's all determined by, in terms of humans, right? It's all determined by what philosophy they held. Like I hold a philosophical view of history, as opposed to the psychological view of history, where it's just people believed certain things at certain times, and they were determined to believe these things, because I think that's just ridiculous.
Well, this would be the ideological versus the materialist view of history, right? And you are an ideological view of history kind of guy, which is to a large extent I am as well. I mean, but here's the thing. I don't agree with this narrative. I don't agree with the Carl Sagan narrative that the pagans, the Hellenist, Roman antiquity world was just plodding along, like slowly increasing human knowledge, and suddenly these freaks that have somehow gotten a hold of some Greek heresy from 2,000 years ago totally just like detonate the whole project, and we have to start from ground zero. I think this is silly.
The Christians just decided randomly, after a while, hey, let's look at this Aristotle guy, or did they import it from the Muslims?
Aquinas, I mean, okay, generally speaking, that like emigration of Eastern preserved knowledge happens during the Renaissance. So Aquinas quite predates that trend. I mean, Aquinas predates.
So did he just like randomly figure out everything that Aristotle figured out, or did he get it from the Muslims though?
He got it from the Irish, baby. They preserved all the greats. They transcribed it by hand in the monasteries. You know, like this information existed for kings and princes for their education during the High Middle Ages, certainly. And certainly in the Renaissance, once the Byzantine refugees, after the Arab invasions swept over, Turkey and Greece, and all these guys made it into Renaissance Italy. But no, like, the basic, like, the basics of physics and mechanics and natural sciences, and certainly philosophy. I mean, no, I don't think an educated man in 900 AD in Paris did not know nothing about Aristotle.
I think they thought that, basically the world was determined by God. I think they were basically Neoplatonists, as against Aristotelians. Like, this is what all the philosophers of this age thought. So why on earth would the common man be a better philosopher than the philosophers?
Oh, I'm not talking about a common man. I'm talking about an educated man. Someone who went to the...
Well, even the educated man. Why on earth would the educated man disagree with the philosophy of the age? What? By what cause?
Well, you're defining the philosophy of the age, quote unquote, as precluding any Aristotelian ideas.
Yeah.
I would say that's unlikely.
But why? Because we know what the philosophy of this age was. It was people like...
What's the philosophy of our age, though?
Oh, horrifically Kantian.
No, fuck off.
MRH, did you watch, by the way? Well, you probably haven't yet, but...
I actually...
Yeah.
I watched a good amount of it.
Yeah.
I didn't... You're talking about the Morgan had a mage and blue one?
Now, here's the thing. I know nothing.
Like half of it, I think.
Just for a quick little detour.
Sure, dude.
I know nothing about Kant or Kantianism. I said at the beginning of the stream, like the two things I know is that he sort of like he began like liberal like democratic peace theory and the categorical imperative, and that's all I know. I know Mage is definitely like a Kant stan, and but like MRH, did you know that much about Kant going into that debate?
No. I'm like a monkey person, okay? So there's people that I like who like Kant, so then I like Kant by extension.
Well, who likes Kant? Mises?
Mises and Hoppe. Mises doesn't like Kant's deontology, though. He thinks it's kind of weird and esoteric, and Mises denounces all of metaphysics, actually, as kind of like not scientific garbage.
That's kind of Reddit. Wait, Zulu, what do you think about metaphysics as like a discipline?
Yeah, metaphysics is completely fine, but not on Kant's view, because you can't know anything about reality on Kant's view.
Oh, you can't?
Oh,
You can't know anything about reality.
Stop saying that. So stupid. What was I? I don't know if Mises. Maybe I'm being too harsh because I don't know if Mises denounces like metaphysics as like total nonsense, but he might denounce it in the same way he denounces Christianity, where he's like, basically, in my works, this is of no use, so we're basically throwing it out, and if you try to bring it in, it has no application to anything I'm saying. So it's kind of garbage when it comes to praxeology and economics.
Mises'
but I don't know if he'd say that.
brother, I think, would definitely be of the mind that metaphysics is not interesting because he was like a logical positivist.
Right.
Which was...
Yeah, that probability theory.
Yeah.
Well.
Logical positivism is definitely evil.
But Hoppe also likes Kant, to answer your other question. So.
Okay. I didn't know that. Does he... Where does he write about that?
Economic Science and the Austrian Method, A Theory of Socialism and Capitalism. Actually, well, I think he only explicitly points out Kant in The Great Fiction and Economic Science and the Austrian Method.
Wasn't Kant an influence on the argumentation ethics?
Yeah.
No, that was more... Well, I don't know if by extension, because, I mean, it was Habermas and Karl Otto Appel.
I mean, the structure of argumentation ethics sort of has that...
Yeah, it's transcendental.
Yeah.
Like, it uses transcendental arguments, so yeah, sure. But I don't know, like, I think it's more... That's just an extension of discourse ethics. Like, I don't know if he, like, literally just took that from Kant. But I suppose. I mean, everything that comes, all of Mises's and Hoppe's epistemology is Kantian and Rothbard's is Aristotelian. And so there's kind of like a debate, sort of, whether or not Mises, I don't know if it's even a debate, but like, there's a question as to whether or not Mises's epistemology is Aristotelian that just uses Kantian terminology. Like, in the beginning of Epistemological Problems of Economics, Georg Holzman basically says that he's not really a Kantian. That Mises is an Aristotelian, and that's why Rothbard's meshes so well with what Mises believed. I don't really know if that's true or not, because I haven't read Kant. I barely read any Aristotle. I've read a little tiny bit. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, interesting. Well, I guess to go back to the great debate. So,
oh yeah, sorry, that was kind of a detour.
Well, it was supposed to be. a little breath of fresh air. We don't have to turn this into the Adrian versus Zulu hour. But who the fuck is this? Who invited this?
I am the harbinger of liberty.
Yeah, that's fine. What's up? Okay.
So, Mises would be wrong then. Bubblegum, I think you're wrong. Bro, you should probably read Mises, because the man is kind of a genius. I'm inclined
You know what, you should read my
just
course.
because of that.
That's what you should read.
Yeah, I should.
Arf.
But will I? Is the question. What time? God damn it. I have so much goddamn shit to read and watch, and
Just
I'm
watch the course. Watch it. You
I know.
have a video
Yeah,
version.
listen to it. I just listened to it. I listened to it like laying down on like a Saturday like morning.
But the thing is, I have to respond to some of Zulu's claims because I don't know if I agree with them outright. So I have to listen, and like write shit down. And that's all right.
I was more like trying to make sure like the quality was good. I think there was like one like thing like he made like typos or like there was some like something messed up with the audio or not the audio but like the video or whatever, and I told Zulu about it. Otherwise, I was like A+, 10 out of 10.
Oh, I think Zulu, if there's typos and stuff, you should take it off the internet. That's my thought.
I mean,
If there's
he
any
changed
minor mistake, get rid of it. That's what I would have said. So it's good that you didn't listen to me.
Well, all I'm going to do here is quote Adrian saying A+, 10 out of 10.
Hell yeah.
Oh, so based.
Okay, so
Mises once said, "Why are you booing me?" I'm right. That's actually true.
I mean, he basically.
Sorry, I'm reading the chat because we got to stay engaged, bro.
I read it.
All right.
That's what Mises said at Mont Pelerin.
Yeah, basically.
He
Well,
was
I mean,
so
you're
based
relevant.
at Mont Pelerin. Although people know about Mont Pelerin, people don't know about the Walter Lippmann colloquy, like where Mises and like some random French guy stood against all the cucks, including Hayek, who were like, "Well, to defeat fascism, we have to compromise a little bit on liberty."
Oh, you're all socialists. Like,
You're all a bunch of
wasn't
socialists
really
is obviously a great line.
I know it wasn't really in relation to that exact interaction though, but it fits.
Yeah.
This bubblegum guy's got beef with Mises, and therefore he has beef with me. There's
I
don't know if he's.
is.
Sorry, go ahead.
Here's the thing about Mises. Obviously a genius, a giant. Like, everyone can learn something from Mises. But he was kind of a product of his time. And he was kind of just like an inevitable successor to Bombewerk. I feel like whenever he and Rothbard disagreed, Rothbard is just right like 10 out of 10 times because Rothbard is kind of like breathing new air into the tradition. Whereas all Mises is really doing is kind of just continuing the same line from Menger to Bombewerk, Mises.
That's a hard on that Menger you did there.
Yeah. Manga. There's.
I feel like Mises is very inflexible as a thinker in many senses.
I agree. Well, sorry. Go ahead.
So I don't mean to take in a different direction. I was thinking the other day too that I feel like Hayek is he gets too much hate in ANCAP circles, and you guys may disagree with me on this, but I mean I
I
think
don't think he gets enough hate.
He doesn't get enough hate.
I mean
I don't know either.
deserves a lot of hate. I'm don't get me wrong, he makes some mistakes, but I think overall. I mean, I think he brings a lot of overall a net positive, compared to the negative, and I mean he's at least brought some of the Austrian ideas, even if they're not explicitly ANCAP, to a much wider circle. I mean, I definitely prefer him over Friedman in any case.
Well, yeah, but that's like
Low bar.
That's low bar, but I'm just saying, like, I think overall, while he did, a lot of his ideas are basically just ripped from Mises anyway. I do think, Austrian economics is in a better place because of his contributions.
Because of Hayek? Maybe.
Well,
I don't know.
Here's
Like, I
an
haven't.
interesting question. Zulu, do you think David Friedman is better than Friedrich Hayek?
Let's think about this. I would say
Hayek's better.
David Freeman is worse because David Freeman
That's right.
cuts closer to the core of it and warps it further.
Okay, that's an interesting. Now, I actually disagree with this. I know you're very dogmatic about like the utilitarianism and like neoclassicalism cannot stand. I'm a little more ecumenical when it comes to anarcho-capitalism. But I would say your general, like what you just said, that it's too close to being true and therefore does way more damage, is my position on why I dislike Hayek. Because
But I would at least
because here's the thing, Hayek may have like quote unquote increased the roles of people interested in Austrian economics, and on like kind of like if we were just to take that statement as like the only effect, it's hard to disagree that that's good or bad rather. But here's the thing, Hayek and Hayekian quote unquote arguments are used to justify two of the, I don't want to say the worst, but very, very bad pair of individuals in the Western tradition, and that is Reagan and Thatcher. Hayek was used as justification by both of these, this man and woman, or
Great people.
these they thems, to just justify horrible increases in state intervention, and then the free market got like a pittance. It got like slightly lower marginal income tax rates. Meanwhile, there was a great expansion in both the United States and the United Kingdom of police powers, of debt spending, of the tax burden in real terms, in military spending, especially. Like, all of this was under this kind of like Hayekian revival, this return to the free market. And Hayek said nothing, and he lived into the 90s, or maybe the late 80s. I don't, if someone can fact check me on that one. But basically, he lived during that time, and he did nothing really to combat this. In fact, in one at least letter, I think it was just a letter and not like an actual public essay, although it may have been. Friedrich Hayek cheered on the British Empire defending the Falklands and the Thatcher government, and of course, it wasn't Rothbard, this evil paleo-libertarian. It was Hayek that defended the Pinochet government when it took power. So I think Hayek was fatally flawed when it comes to actually spreading the message of liberty, because he was willing to be. And you can look now, like, who are the real. If you see Hayek in a bio, do you feel relieved or do you feel threatened? Right? It's either a left libertarian, God bless them, but I don't think they really have. They have the whole plot there.
they're not consistent.
You got like kind of like a 16-year-old like neoliberal who's just like dumb, or you literally have like a neoconservative who wants to like murder children in Yemen. Ooh, I'm a Hayekian. Like, they literally just want like an open market in like who gets to bid for like drone manufacturing contracts. Like Hayek has been an extremely like what is it called, like a stalking horse, right? Like you get people to like believe in free markets, and then but it's only used for like murdering children overseas. That's what Hayek like. You can get Michelle Bachmann or George W. Bush to say nice things about Hayek. They're not gonna say that about Mises. Like Hayek is the safe choice because he was so compromising.
I want to state for the record, yes, I do think Hayek has done a lot of bad things. Like, I'm definitely not saying he's good. I mean, he could. I just think that at the end of the day, despite those bad things, I think he has brought some interesting ideas, as far as catalactics and things like that. I mean, as far as the David Friedman question, I would definitely put Hayek over him. I mean, there's no Friedman book anywhere near as good as The Road to Serfdom or anything like that, The Fatal Conceit or Constitution of Liberty. I just think that despite these bad things, I think we're ultimately probably doing a disservice to ourselves to completely write him off.
I mean, okay, what's I mean, other people can jump in. I'm just going to give my 2 cents, and then I think MRH probably has a lot to think about this. But like, okay, catalactics. What does that really give us beyond praxeology? And Road to Serfdom, I think, is a perfectly fine book. I mean, it is true. Like, I mean, here's the thing. Like, and I will say, I mean, isn't this like Hayek's shortest book? Also, it's his most popular, but it's very vague in the same sense that like consider like The Fountainhead, right? Having like kind of like vague ideas, like tyranny is bad if we let too much tyranny in, but it doesn't really give any good prescriptions or whatever. Now that said, I don't have any particular like bone to pick with Road to Serfdom. Constitution of Liberty is one of the worst books ever written, especially on like a Zuluist perspective, because it's he was so close to like what it should be, and then there's so many like deviations that are like given as kind of like boilerplate, which is bad. Like, we should get all of what we want, or at least like in a manifesto, you know what I mean? Yet the Constitution of Liberty gives so many like welfare, pensions, bank bailouts. Like, they're like, it's terrible, and the people like libertarians naively cheered when Margaret Thatcher was banging on the Constitution of Liberty and say, "This is what we believe." But I mean, like the fact that they chose this compromising textbook basically is exactly why it was so easy for people to talk about Hayekianism and then to just implement like war statism. But I don't know. Anyone else can jump in. What is the panel's appraisal of Hayek's legacy?
I just want to state for the record that when I said the Constitution of Liberty earlier, that was actually an accident. I was just rattling off books by Hayek that I remembered, but okay. I've read Rothbard calling Constitution of Liberty possibly the worst book ever written. Yeah, that was just a slip. But yeah, I mean, as for the other books, I think he has some value in them. And granted, I mean, he's written there's a lot of bad things about Hayek. There's definitely no denial of that. I just thought that, in some cases, he's brought some positive things to the table as well. Probably more than, other people who claim to be in Austrian circles.
I just don't see what exactly he has brought forth, which is of worth. He certainly said a lot of things, but what of it? What of it? What about it should we be caring about? I don't see anything.
I mean, I was thinking of price signal and
Well, his whole knowledge problem is basically just a complete warping of the actual economic calculation problem. Like, why care about any of this?
I mean, I'm probably just, you know, I'm probably out of my element here. I'm probably, making mistakes here. I'm just this is not a hill I'm going to die on by any means. It was just, something I was thinking that overall, I just feel like I've heard a lot of negative things about him, and I thought it could potentially be positive to at least try to recognize the accomplishments here. But, I guess you are right. I mean, any accomplishments that he has are, ultimately pretty minuscule. So in that case, I suppose I can retract that statement.
Well, I know it's late for Zulu, but I think what Zulu's saying is basically, like, what do you, like, when it comes to, like, whatever, the knowledge problem, as stated by Mises, what do you get better than Mises's work?
Well, I wouldn't say there's anything better than Mises's work from Hayek.
Well, I mean, all it can really be is just like a handmaiden for Austrian economics, and yet he did a very poor job in being that. He got very invested in, like, kowtowing to the classical school in a lot of ways when he moved to Britain. And then, obviously, in America. Harbinger of Liberty, what do you think about Mises versus Hayek?
Oh, I agree. Whatever the current opinion is.
I mean, I do really like that Hoppe speech. Why Mises and not Hayek? It really gets to the core of these disagreements.
Well, I don't even think Hoppe disagrees with Hayek's economic contributions. Like, I don't.
No,
if I remember right,
I don't.
He doesn't like to say.
But that's the thing. It's not necessarily like Hayek is, like, wrong when he's talking.
No, I know. You're saying that everything original about Hayek is bad, but everything good about him is unoriginal, right?
Basically, yes.
Yeah, and I don't even know if Hoppe agrees with that in that speech. Like, I don't think he says that in that speech. I don't really know, because I'm not, I haven't read, sadly, any of Hayek's economic works, but have you guys read anything outside of The Road to Serfdom and or The Constitution of Liberty, which I agree is
I've only
absolutely
read
horrible.
Hayek's, knowledge and whatever, and blah, 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 blah.
I've read portions of the
knowledge problem essay.
Oh, what's that one that he gave, like, the lecture he gave on receiving the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economics? The Pretense of Knowledge. That's like a favorite of, like, neocons and like fake conservatives, because it's like, or, well, not fake conservatives, where it's like, ooh, well, governments don't always know best, and then they always have their, like, little carve-outs of where the government actually does
Which
know
is
best.
already something that I hate. I hate when people are like, well, we just have to run the government like a business, which, like, Mises already showed us.
Rothbard said that.
I mean,
Well, he said it circa, like, 1947, and then someone rightly called him out on this being stupid, and then he was
No.
What?
Rothbard says it later because he says it in, like, I think it's the 80s. He's talking about public property and how to treat it, and he's like, we have to treat it like a business while it exists.
Oh, right. Well, Rothbard is tragic.
He's not literally saying that it should exist, but I'm kind of meaning. He sort of.
I know, but Rothbard is bad ultimately on the cesspool principle. Like
the cesspool principle.
Yeah, I mean, when Rothbard writes about this, he uses the term, like, we cannot turn the public property into a cesspool. And for a long time, this was my defense of closed borders or restrictive borders. So now, whenever I hear people making this argument, it's like, well, if the taxpayers are ultimately, then we need to maximize the benefits. Like, yeah, I refer to that like set of arguments as the cesspool principle, and I think Rothbard is ultimately wrong about this. I know Zulu agrees with me on that one. That like no taxpayers do not have like some like right granted to them by the fact that their money is stolen to pay for like certain properties and their upkeep. Like public property is is unowned by virtue of the fact that like a criminal gang like drives any real homesteaders off of it, and so we need to treat it as virgin land.
So if I steal your land, and then somebody comes and takes it from me, and then I leave, it's theirs. Does that make sense? Does that question make sense?
Well, in that case, you have an actual owner of the land. Like, for example, okay, yes, if the United States government drove a person or a series of people off their property to create a park, actual owners would be, the people who originally owned it, right? Or at least they would have the strongest claim, ceteris paribus. However, there are many circumstances in which like property is not really owned ever, because there's like an undeveloped section of property that the state or local or federal government comes in and like protects and quote unquote develops, right? That does not have that first owner, and therefore that really can be treated as virgin property and not something to be returned via reparations.
Okay, so then let's say it is virgin property. If I have like a golf course or like a public park, and so it's unowned, I go there, I start using it as mine, and then the government comes and kicks me out. Is it now unowned or is it mine?
Yeah, to the extent that you have used the property therein,
it's mine.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
But I came after the government came. I'm just establishing this as I came after the government came.
Yeah,
I wasn't there before
the government does not have a legitimate claim upon it because it's using like force to exclude like legitimate users of the property. Yes.
Right, but if I get around them somehow, or I start using the property, then I own it.
Yes.
Okay, so why? Yeah, the taxpayers don't own it by virtue of the tax money.
Yes.
But most taxpayers in the neighborhood are using their park.
Right. Well, okay. So when I made my video like Hopa's worst idea, I basically say like a hobo can homestead like a children's park by living there, right? But by the same token, like a parents' association could easily do the exact same thing by like maintaining the course, improving it, etc. Right? So yes, taxpayers, even if they paying taxes is certainly not a count against you homesteading a piece of property, but it's not a credit for it because
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, practically speaking, the people who are homesteading the property are usually the taxpayers. Not necessarily, but usually.
It's an incident of geography, usually, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, although when it comes to the borders, it becomes a little more interesting, right? Because it becomes maybe not like totally equally, but it starts approaching an equal case that a net taxpayer to the United States federal government or local or state government and someone who like literally pays zero money to that organization have the chance to become like the just claimants to like virgin land, right?
Yeah, of course. I agree, but I'm saying like just for the sake of public property, quote unquote, like roads, really, like developed public property, roads, schools, parks, libraries, etc. Yeah. Those are generally owned by the taxpayers. Probably not necessarily. Like it's impossible to say because it's the nature of public property.
Well, they're not.
I would question what it means to be owned by the taxpayers. Like, what does that mean? Who is it owned by?
I'm using taxpayers almost like we use the state as like a word. Like, what is the state? I don't know.
Really,
That's kind of like an ideal
more
place.
like,
It's not a.
I'm meaning more like you can't have a group ownership over this thing. It has to
I
be
agree.
by a specific individual
Right, I agree. The people, whoever the first one was to
who
use
actually owns it.
whoever the first one was to use it. And I'm saying taxpayers as I would like state when the state does something. I don't mean like literally the state. Like I don't mean the taxpayers. I mean a specific taxpayer. Just usually there are particular taxpayers who used the thing that now own it. Different parts of it, maybe. It's messy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I'm not claiming that the taxpayers as a group own the thing or own shares in the thing or whatever.
Yeah,
Like
that's
parts of them
that's
literally
like
own it.
generally how it's meant. Like, the taxpayers get to decide how this thing is used because they own it in common. That's
Yeah,
can't
I
be.
agree. They don't. I'm just trying to say there are individuals that do, but the government kind of stops them from doing it just as they would like eminent domain. That's even clearer. If somebody, like we just mentioned, if somebody was there and then they come in and take it, then obviously it was the original person's. But in this case, it's kind of hard to tell who's the original person. But the original person still exists.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure. Like, it seems to me a lot of the public property question comes down to personal preference because I don't know if there is an objective answer, but I just don't know if we can even know it realistically.
I think we can for like the major disputes.
Yeah, just adhere to the homestead principle.
Yeah.
But we can adhere to the homestead principle, but like if most people in an area are using a school or whatever, and then a meth addict walks in, and this is, I'm obviously not judging if you say yes. I'm not trying to use it as an absurdum. I'm saying like somebody who clearly never used the thing before, and you had a bunch of people who did use the thing before, obviously they have a better claim, no? The people who used the school before the meth addict.
Why would they have a better claim? Like,
okay,
they can have a claim.
Whatever. I think this is a little nitpicky,
hold on. Before we get into too much autism. Okay, so here's the problem with the public school, okay? Maybe you could say, in a sense, that parents who send their children, well, they will certainly think in their mind, I'm using the public school because my children go there, right? However, their children they can't really homestead on their own, right? They have, to a certain extent, well, maybe we'll come back to this, like this idea.
Let's do public college, to public university.
Okay,
if the children thing is going to mess things up, then whatever. I want legal adults in an area that it is public, whatever. We can do that.
Okay, so the vast majority of attendants at public college are going there as like clients of that college, right? Well, okay, hold on. The problem is college is problematic, you might say, because it's a public corporate sponsorship kind of thing. Like, there's really, at least in America, there's no truly public.
Right.
Let's talk
whatever.
about like, the University.
Let's talk about the roads.
Okay, maybe
I'm just trying to make a point over general public property, like the details about who is specifically using it. Whatever. We'll go to some place that's really clear. Like, I'm trying to just find that place that exists.
The problem with roads, is basically no one, as far as I can tell, no one is really doing anything to improve roads as a private citizen to increase their, like, whatever, their utility, or, like, they're driving on, they're using it, like, they're literally consuming it. It's as if you were like a forager or like a pastoralist, and you're just driving your like sheep through like some pasture, and the sheep are eating some things or whatever, or they're not or whatever, but you're just getting through the area, right?
Okay,
and
how about a
you
park?
pass through it, and you turn around and you say, "Ah, I own this now." Like you have done nothing via the homesteading principle. You have done nothing to prove your ownership of that pasture land.
Okay, how about a park?
What do you do? What do you do in a park?
You have to transform it. I hang out, walk
you have
around,
to
who
make it
knows? Whatever
objective.
people do in parks.
You smoke weed in a park. You like pass out. Whatever, you wake up. What have you done to physically change the park in a way to like be productive to you? Like no one, like basically no one does it. The thing is, hobos, because they don't have houses and they need means to survive, right? They literally will improve a park. They will set up a heat source. They will start constructing shelters or whatever. Like that's homesteading.
Okay, so if I set up a tent,
Oh, certainly.
that would count.
Yeah. You don't
Okay.
have to be a hobo. Like like you have those like whatever public camping areas or whatever. By the homestead principle, if you set up a camping site, that is a totally bona fide claim of ownership of that public camping site. You should, by rights, you should own that camping site because you have improved it in such a way to make it be productive to your ends.
okay.
Moreover, it's public, like it's visible to others that you own this thing. That like this isn't just like a verbal decree. This is something which
Right.
everybody can see that you have done something here, which is different from nature. It's not just how it was. This is something that you've done here, and everybody can see its border.
How about the argument about that makes sense? What about the private, like a private contractor? Say the government hires a group of people to come build a school with public funds, but obviously the transfer of title from the government to them is fraudulent.
Mm.
So
I think that's a pretty straightforward thing. Yeah. The guys who actually built the and this actually, for what it's worth, direct employees of the U.S. federal government at least have a much better claim than the ultimate users of like federal agents using like a federal building. The federal employees that built the thing have a much better claim.
It depends. So like if these people came in,
they have a better claim than the ultimate users, given that these people do not homestead. But they may not have a better claim than some other party.
Well, if these people came in and they understood everything about what was going on, and they understood that it was taxed funds, it was stolen funds, then they don't have the proper claim. They're basically aiding and abetting this theft. Like they understand that this is stolen funds, so they don't necessarily have the better claim to whatever they're building.
Well, what is the barrier of ignorance here? Do they have to like be appraised like libertarian ethics, or is this self-evident enough that basically the average contractor would have to forfeit his right to this?
They would, if they are aiding and abetting this basically criminal money laundering or whatever, this criminal distribution of this criminal spending of the wealth. If they are basically like looking for, if they are trying to get more theft in order to get more contracts, then they are in favor of that theft. Then they are trying to get that theft to go forth. So they are responsible for that theft. If
So what
they're
if they
just
don't-
merely receiving the funds, then that's nothing criminal.
Okay. What if they don't know if it's taxed? I think they could be. Thank you for pulling that up. We did. There was a what was I saying? God damn it! He pulled up the. I love how you're opening DMs on live. That's hilarious.
I literally consciously thought of it, and I was like, I don't give a shit. Fuck. Oh yeah, I was gonna invite someone. Hold on.
Now I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn it!
Yeah, so
I'm watching you.
Watching me implode in real time.
Oh, there's a guy. We gotta address the chat, guys. Come on. How many of these streamers philosophizing about public schools actually have children they're responsible for raising? Not me.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that matters. Like I hear this point raised all the time.
I hope that I hope that person hasn't left, because let me tell you something.
JC.
Yeah, JC. Public school teachers, as a public school teacher, lowest of the low. Well, I'm not public, but like your children are there's no there's I mean, I guess I could conceive of worse hands they could be in, but let's be real here. These are subhumans. Like, public schools, like, shut the fuck up. Like, they suck. They're subhuman. Like, you just give, like, a child, like, an orange or whatever, and, like, leave, like, set them, like, outside for a couple hours. They'll be fine.
Okay, look, but I hate when people say this. Evil. It's so dumb. Well, like, this is the thing. How many of these streamers philosophizing about public schools actually have children they're responsible for raising?
We need skin in the game, guys. Like,
yeah, but like, guess what? We don't have skin in the game, so it doesn't matter. Like, who cares?
I have skin in the game in the sense that I have experience with this stuff, so I can. Well, what are you defending?
He's saying that I think he's anti the like homesteading schools thing. Who fucking knows? I'm assuming. Yeah. Anti.
I mean, this is just like F-wordy take. Like,
I mean, I don't know. Maybe really he has. Stupid. Maybe he has. Okay, he
probably does have kids or something, or somebody has kids. Who knows? I just don't like the argument doesn't hold up. It's stupid. It's not an argument. It's literally like, where's the logic in that point? There isn't any. Like, how is that?
There's no conclusion here. There's no like. Point conclusion.
Okay, here no. I'm going back.
You're not qualified to talk about this.
Here's his like. Here's one of his things, and I think this is like maybe an important one. Do they have to say, well, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. Oh well, our neighborhood just has to be a cesspool for our children. So he's basically like boo-hooing that like the homestead principle doesn't allow him to like create like a taxpayer funded like hug box for his kids at taxpayer expense.
As much as I don't,
he's concerned that ANCAPs are caught up in abstract theory, because he's mostly concerned with non-abstract, non-theory, because he just likes non-theory. Real life consequences, like the non-theory.
That is like a good way to put it. I mean, JC, what do you say about that? Like the fact, like theory certainly can get like over its own skis, but on the other hand, if you don't have theory, then you're just without a compass. And maybe you're maybe all you're saying is we have to have a good balance, and I can understand that, but.
No. Well, yes, and like, obviously.
I don't. Well, I'm asking him. Like, I'm being fair. I'm asking. Do you think really it's just a balance, or are you basically what Zulu is positing as kind of like this caricature?
The non-theory,
right? Yeah, like we can't
hates theory. We can't hates thinking about things.
Yeah,
right. It's a theory. It is a theory. In fact.
Yeah. I
theory is that I hate theory. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate speaking. I hate talking. I'm not talking right now. Okay, bro. Yeah. I believe you. This is stupid. I hate this dumb shit. That's just like it's just another way. And I'm shitting on this guy. too much, I think.
I mean,
But
whatever. He's like
hear
he's
this all the
literally
time.
2 letters. Like he doesn't
I know,
even
I'm
have like
sorry.
an identity.
Well, I
Like,
shouldn't be. I'm sure this guy's I'm sure he means well, but I mean, like, I hear this all the time. If you have a bunch of data points and you have no way to connect them if you just denounce theory. Like you can say, "Oh, I'm interested in the data points," and that's how you become socialist. Like that's what they do, or that's how you become like social engineers. More specifically, it's like, "Oh, look at the data, bro." And
Okay,
economics.
Look at
reality, bro.
Like, okay. And then he started caring about the real world. So that's when he started
honestly, I
caring
think he might be trolling us a little because I
He's
feel
gotta be
like this
trolling.
is
He's
like
gotta be
something.
trolling.
This is 100% what I would say if I was trolling.
Yeah,
don't know,
no, he
because a lot of people
started
say
caring
it's
about the
real.
real world, and that's why he stopped caring about the theory about how the real world worked. That's why
No,
everyone's
but I know,
anti-theory.
but I feel like I think this is just good bait. Now, but JC, okay,
It might be bait. Fuck, you got me.
I do have a pointed question for you. Okay, doesn't it make you think, take a double take that these these public institutions? I know you don't prefer. I'm sure, like you would say, oh, in an idealistic world, obviously we are private schools,
In the
private
real world.
everything. In the free world, all these things would be good and great, but we live in this fallen world where you have to make compromises and blah 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 blah. But don't you think it's worth thinking about that a public property literally is going to inevitably have like the cesspool effect of, well, anyone can claim any part of it? And literally, I mean, we can see this happening in real time, right? Like San Francisco or New York City, once, you need a totalitarian police state to prevent hobos from homesteading places, right? Like in a private property society, these things are it's not you don't need people taking bulldozers to tent cities and whatever. All this stuff is it's very clearly laid out. But in the status hell world that we live in, unfortunately, a Rothbard's thing, unleash the police or whatever, becomes something that you could get behind just because shit gets so bad. But the problem is not the hobos. The problem is the fact that property titles have been taken from individuals and given to the state. So that's what we should be attacking, not random people who just want to sleep somewhere.
Well, how about this too? I mean, I just don't like this anti. I know he says he's not anti-theory, but this is he cares about the real world societal consequences.
My theory is that he is anti-theory.
Right, but so true. But I'm saying he says, but then I grew up and started caring about real world societal consequences. Well, why should you care about societal consequences? That is a theoretical question in and of itself. You're just saying, by that, you're sort of being presumptuous and arrogant and just saying just believe what I believe, bro. Okay, I mean, it's kind of funny. But just say that outright.
We got a super chat here.
Okay.
We're at the point where we have cultural Marxism running rampant in schools and mass media, and there are too many libertarians who would rather not acknowledge these things at all. Well,
That's not a super chat, by the way.
I know, I just like saying that. I've never gotten a super chat.
That's so based. Oh yeah, never mind. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
I tell you. Fuck. Go ahead.
Recorded, clipped, soundboarded. The reality is
Put it on
the
SoundCloud.
state obviously exists as long as we're all forced to be subjected to it. It makes sense to prefer it be conducive to pro-civilization policy. Okay, JC, if literally the only alternative we have is just ever deepening collectivization of private property, but we know that's not true. Privatization literally happens all the time. Whenever there's this there's what do you call it? Like, it's like a turning point or whatever, like an inflection point, right? Like the charter schools is a great example. Like I know that's not like perfect privatization, but like okay, like privatization like happened after the great statist takeover in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Like we can turn back the wheels. Like I'm sorry, I'm not gonna like go along with this idea that, well, because public schools are just gonna always exist, that blah blah blah. Like, sorry, like there's no indication that that's true. I will continue to push for the privatization of all publicly owned property, and I will continue to point to the problems with publicly owned property, namely that nobody owns it, and therefore there is no arbitrator in cases other than the state, which is bad. As libertarians, we should recognize the state should not be the arbitrator in property disputes. So I mean, like, you can say, oh well, it's a problem that a hobo can dispute with like a public school teacher over who owns a bathroom, but realistically speaking, like the state has no say in that, because the state has expropriated like millions of square miles. Like they have like blood on their hands. They murdered people. Like, who cares what they think? Like, they have no moral authority here. And sorry, like, if you're a public school teacher, I mean, maybe you're like a nice cat lady or whatever. Like, you haven't like hurt anybody, but like, you're taking stolen money. A hobo could at least conceivably have not stolen anything in his entire life, and so he would be the moral superior to a public school teacher, and certainly to like a public school superintendent, the person who's actually running things and who is, always a scumbag.
So he says, I'm not saying public institutions. Well, he said, my statement was very straightforward. I'm not anti-theory. My concern is that we spend way too much time enamored with what sounds good rather than how people are actually affected. I'm not saying public institutions will always exist. I'm making a basic observation that they obviously exist right now. Nobody here disagrees with that.
Exactly.
Like, at all.
Exactly.
I don't know, like, it's hard to find the disagreement here other than you saying, accept my theory without any reason, because that's what you're doing. You're positing a theory, but your only reason is, that's just reality, bro. It's like, that's what we're doing. We're trying to describe reality and how we ought to behave, given reality. There's no point in talking about shoulds if we're not talking about reality. Like, I don't understand what your disagreement is other than a very surface level, well, my theory's obviously right. Bro, I'm not going to give you a reason why it's obviously right. That's just what I observe. Like, it's the... I don't know. I find it kind of annoying.
You know what, JC? I have a proposition for you. Fuck. I was gonna... Okay. I don't think I have the link... the link tree or whatever, but like, okay, I don't know. Fuck. Can someone else do this for me? Can someone post Okay, yeah. Okay, wait.
He's got to be trolling. To not acknowledge that is to put your head in the sand at a time where many people are looking for solutions and they're getting it from the far left and far right instead of perfect abstract hypotheticals. We're not talking about perfect abstract hypotheticals. That's why we were talking about public schools in the first place, because we're asking what should we do with them. Like, there's no...
Okay.
That's the entire point is it's based in reality.
It's based in red pilled.
So true.
Okay, hold on.
Sounds like you guys are really crucifying poor JC.
I know, I'm sorry.
Well, I find no fault with this man.
I know this MFer means well. And he's leaking the Snektube chat right now again.
Hold on.
You're just leaking all the stuff.
I didn't click. Maybe I did click for a second. But I want to invite this guy to Liberty Guild just so I can invite him to our chat.
Oh, in here?
Yeah, I want him to come on. Like, JC, are you willing? Right. Are you willing to to speak on it? To speak upon it?
Yeah, let's hear it, bro. Let's hear it, bro. No, I hear this. You hear this from post-libertarians all the time. not even just post-libertarians, just people who, I guess, are all of those people technically post-libertarians? People who left libertarianism, quote unquote? Like, is it fair?
Well,
That's the etymological.
we could use the term for it or something, but
I shouldn't, though, because it kind of does refer to a very specific group of
exactly.
people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the vast majority of those people even refer to themselves as.
Dude, you cannot post that.
I'm gay.
JC only.
Yeah.
If somebody really wanted to join, they would just be like, "Oh, he said JC only."
Well, that wasn't a direct link to our chat.
Oh, okay. That's
It's an
what Liberty Guild.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which listen.
Which I'm sure they'll like it either way. So. TV will ball. Okay. I gotta read some of these other chats too because, God, I ignored all those other people to talk about this specifically. Hell World is a left-hard concept. Dust. True. I grew up and started caring about TND. No comment. Corporatist tells me we are living in when we could be living in a Rothbardian / Mises free market paradise.
It would be sweet.
So true. Have you read Richard Anania's recent article on the impact of immigration on voting? I know of that guy, but I don't know who that is. I know Adrian. You know who that is. Is that some right-wing dude, right?
He's like weird. He's like, do you know like Slate Sarkoda, Scott Alexander?
No. Oh, by the way, JC, if you don't want to like debate, like you just want to talk about it, that's fine too. But
oh yeah, we can just discuss. I mean, this is just like
this is nothing.
But, I mean, I think Liquid Zulu passed out, so I think you're safe.
Yeah.
What the?
And I don't. Also, JC, I'm not sure to address that point about, quote unquote reality. Instead of asking what we should do with public schools, we should think about strategies that are actionable right now, not whether it is considered. Well, the problem is what qualifies as an actionable policy. That's what we're questioning. Like, you're just kind of asserting your conclusion and you're hiding it instead of like actually justifying it. The reason we do what we say what we should do is because we have a theory to ground it, not just like some sort of I observe this happening and I think this would be better, so I'm just gonna do it. Like that's nonsense. That's a non-theory.
Liquid Kolu.
Are you a Christian, Georgia? I'm assuming. I've got nothing. I have. Mises's discussion about Christianity is kind of interesting. Everybody should read Socialism. It's so good.
Did I ever? I told you this in confidence, but I think it's fine to like whore for you views here.
Okay.
Rothbard was said to have wanted to become Catholic in his.
Yeah, I hear this.
Okay.
Is it true, or is it because of his wife?
I asked.
Maybe.
I asked Jeffrey Tucker this, and Jeffrey Tucker is a Catholic. Okay,
Right.
so he would have every reason to be tempted to distort the truth. And he said, hell no. One time, he was talking at like this Republican convention or whatever, like about like, oh, how great Christianity was for, the opening of the European mind, etc., etc. And then this priest, who he's like the Acton Institute guy, I can't remember his name right now, but he tries to baptize him with like his like seltzer water, and Rothbard like just jumps like 3 feet up in the air. He's like, ah! Oh, I can't say the word that he said, but he's basically like. I was just joking, you beep. And
wait, so this guy. Sorry, go ahead. He responded again, and now I have to respond to this at some point. But go ahead. What are you continuing with about this Rothbard story?
Okay, so Rothbard, like Tucker's whole thing, basically Rothbard liked to troll. I mean, he definitely may have held like sympathetic beliefs to Christianity, but he loved saying things that would like rile people up, especially because he's like Jewish. But ultimately, he did not believe in God or anything like that. Like he was firmly in the Mizrahi tradition of being a free thinker. An actionable policy is something that is realistically feasible, not theoretically if all the stars are right. I mean, that's okay.
Well, I don't know if he's ignoring me. Like, because that's not even talking about theoretically if all the stars aligned. Like, first of all, there's so many, like, is this like a strategic concern? Are you saying that, like, abolishing all public property, saying something like that is ridiculous? Like, that's not going to happen. So therefore, we shouldn't advocate it. We should stay within the, quote unquote, I think they call it a 3x5 index card of allowable opinion. I might say. But we shouldn't set fire to it, in fact, I think is JC's official position. There are reasonable lines of discussion we can have, and if we go outside of that, that's ridiculous and we shouldn't do it. That could be what he's saying here. Or you're just positing your conclusion again and saying that what we're saying strategically is just not realistically feasible. Or that we shouldn't do it. Like, again, this isn't addressing the ethic at all. It's either a strategic concern, in which I think, first of all, nonsense. If we're going to stick to this index card of allowable opinion, we're going to get nowhere. And that's not feasible. That's very, like, high time preference-y. Or you're not addressing the ethic and you're not addressing what we should do. You just keep asserting the same conclusion over and over again and just saying, just do what I should do, bro. What I say.
Lenin had a good definition of people like this. They were called opportunists.
Right. Rothbard has it in at the end of the Ethics of Liberty, right? Opportunists. And left sectarians, but this guy's a opportunist. Maybe. Or maybe he's just reasserting his ethic again and not
he begged me not to go to Moscow with tears in his eyes. I'm not anti-liberty. I just want libertarians and anarchists to become relevant and jump into the fray instead of drinking up our noses from a soapbox, coping that we're above it all.
We're not doing that. Like, I don't know if you're, like, I can't tell if you're trolling because you keep asserting the same thing over and over again, and whenever it's baited.
Here's the thing. Okay, so, JC. We're not above it all. We've listed, like, we want to support real, and these happen all the time, like privatization, charter schools, taking power away incrementally from the state. We're all. I mean,
isn't that what your whole channel is about? In fact, like secession movements that have happened in history.
JC, I don't know. I can't recall, just because your name is very kind of like short and vague. I don't know how. Yeah, familiar with my channel you are, but like I literally like will support like left wing movements across the world because I think that they could be like and right wing for what it's worth movements across the world because I think it will be incrementally advantageous to liberty to support decentralization. I don't know what the delay on this. He he sent a thing, and I don't know.
He said, "This is what I see from the general state of libertarianism, not necessarily a jab at any of you in particular." I mean, I hear this too. I just like this is purely anecdotal. I don't see it. I see significantly more people saying ignore libertarian principles, ignore libertarian ethics because that's not reality, bro. Like something like that.
JC himself said,
right.
I care about reality, not the theory.
Right.
Earlier.
But what he's saying now is he's saying the general state of libertarianism is what he's trying to critique, not us. So I think he's saying we're not saying what he's doing, even though he kind of was accusing us of doing it earlier. But whatever. Let's just say he was the entire time.
But here's the thing.
I just think that's wrong. I don't.
Here's the thing, JC. You are on record of not liking our appraisal of, for example, public schools. And public schools are literally like, here's the thing. I would bet anything that you are like right-wing culturally, okay? Public schools are literally convincing children to get castrated and supporting it, okay?
Well, he's not pro public school.
I know, but like he thinks that our solution is not up to snuff. And listen,
Sure.
I can take that critique, but what I can't take is when it's like, oh, we don't have children, so we don't understand just how important it is. Like, we need to be really careful about how we transition to, like, I don't want children to be fucking castrated on the whims of like state agents, okay? And I'll tell you this, okay? If hobos sleeping in like girls' locker rooms overnight is in some way, and I mean this is incidental, obviously, like the principle is the principle. Whether or not, like, it would be great if this also brought down, public, quote unquote, public property and education. But like, sorry, like there's nothing to defend in public schools. It's evil. So anything that like throws a wrench in their works gets parents to pull out their kids from these things, from these freak shows, from these Epstein Islands, I think is a good thing. But unfortunately,
like,
he's not in the chat, so he can't. Well, he can't directly respond.
I also even question on the surface of it the strategic reasons. Like, it just seems like it's just accepted that if we don't, advocate for abolishing public schools at the moment, or we don't advocate, staying consistent to a homestead principle, that then if we don't do that, then everything will get better. But if we do this, everything will get worse. What if it gets better in the long term? Like, let's just say I gave you that it might get marginally worse in the short term, or even much worse. By what metric are you balancing the long term over the short term? Like, why should I believe you? Like, does that make sense? Why should I go with what you want strategically?
Right, and this is the whole point of theory, right? That it's not just like immediate, like, oh, this is of immediate disutility to me right now, and therefore we should not do it, right?
Right.
Theory sort of tries to go beyond that.
Yeah. Particularly theory derived from praxeology, Allah Hapa.
Allah Akbar.
Yeah, so true.
Damn, has anyone ever said that one?
I
Has
don't
anyone
think so.
ever hit that
I don't think-
bomb?
I don't think so.
I don't fucking
But
think so.
This George Day guy said that he's above it all. And I think that's true, actually. I think if there is one guy to plan the economy, it's probably this guy.
I'll tell you what, I don't
Sure.
I'm not trying to dox or whatever, but big fan of this George
That's really dox,
Gay.
but he's
George
so
Gay.
true.
What
I'm not trying to dox, but here's where you live.
I mean, listen, where he lives in a shack, so
True.
I mean, it's no
Economic
it's no
calculation is a problem. George A is the solution.
Yeah, like Juche. Morgan, what are your thoughts on all this?
On which topic specifically? About
Well, okay, so this guy is accusing us of being like
Wait.
la
Hold on.
libertarian.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Keifi, we will answer your question after this. I just want people to stay in the chat.
Respect. I love that everyone but me is actually like trying to like get this going. Like the guy that started like whatever. Yeah, we will talk about seasetting.
But Morgan, what do you think, dude?
I was zoning out. What was the last conversation topic?
Libertarians are too focused on theoretical kind of abstract idealism, and what we should be focused on is quote-unquote concrete reality.
I don't think that those two concepts are inherently opposed to each other. I think that, our ideals are essentially shaped by, concrete reality. For example, I mean, the whole reason, we might consider, generosity to be a virtue, for example, is because we live in a world that has scarcity. I mean, otherwise, there'd really be no point for generosity or, charity or things like that if everybody had, everything super abundant. But anyway, getting to the point of the question itself there, I mean, I think that so far there has been a lot of, ideals here. We have been theorizing a lot about what should be done. And I feel like there hasn't been that much actual concrete action taken towards achieving libertarian goals here. So I would personally say that, I take a page from the agorists personally. At least they're taking some sort of action there. Even if it's not the most ideal action, it is a step in the right direction. Whereas, we can try to, spread the message of libertarianism to a wider audience. But, after decades and decades of this, libertarianism is still a pretty small movement, in the United States overall. In the whole world, I would say, in addition to that. So I would say we could definitely, attribute, a big cause of this over the past, history of libertarianism to the fact that we have been relying too much on idealism and not enough on the actual practical application of, libertarian strategy. Which, one thing I like about, the Springtime of Nations channel is it's constantly, laying out, a lot of the strategies that have been taken historically. And I think that gives us some type of a blueprint that we can work from. But yeah, that's basically my, statement I would have to give there.
So true.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Morgan.
Well, hold on, this guy responded one more time. You can post about abolishing public schools for the long term, but in the meantime, at least trying any stated solution to help spare some harm to children in the short term is not unimportant.
Well,
what if that makes it worse in the long term? That's my question. Like, just the strategic question alone. We're leaving ethics out of it seems like, because you're not addressing that at all. But what if that makes it worse?
Yeah, also, I like how he put status in quotes.
Oh, base Denny Cat. Denny Cat's a legend. You're so right, Denny. All these guys, horrible. Never watch them. Never open their channels. Instead, watch my video 14 times in a row. Backwards to front.
Yeah.
2 times speed, 1.7.
If you watch all your videos, you would just get 14 extra views.
Right, and I mean, it's like, you should watch my videos like you're reading the Phenomenology of Spirit. Like, over and over and over again, front to back. You start halfway through, start a third of the way through, start 3/4 of the way through.
Okay, we got a super chat. MRH kind of sounds like Turkey Tom. What do you say?
I mean,
Is the super chat?
Turkey Tom has a good voice, right? I think. I haven't heard him in a while. I watched
I know, he
3 of
sounds
his
kind of
videos.
black.
George, what do you think? What do you think? Is this a good thing you're saying, or?
Yeah, is that good?
He said I sound like some random.
Bro, we have legends in the chat. Everybody is amazing.
We got legends.
We got fucking legends in the chat.
I'm not seeing anybody shilling my course, so I don't see it.
That's because, okay, alright, MRH Warriors, shit on Zulu, talk about how horrible he is.
Warriors.
Post on all the forums not to watch any of his videos, say how horrible they are.
Marna forums not to watch his videos.
I know, the delay is terrible.
Come on, Zulu chats.
Can it be fixed, or is
I don't think so. I think it's just your stream is just...
I mean, if I had better internet connection or something.
I think it's just the nature of a stream. It's just gonna be delayed.
The streams are already delayed, and I'm pretty sure your internet's probably not making it any better, but I doubt it's making it significantly worse. No, Zulu converted that guy.
You see, I win.
But I had 3 of those angled brackets next to my name, so I think that means I'm better, hypothetically speaking.
Well, we don't know what came before the MRH Legacy. It's clearly me.
True.
Okay.
Also, wait, hold on. Before we do that, I gotta say, what is it? Somebody called me in one of my YouTube comment sections that I sounded like the guy from Clarence with the square head.
Don't know what that means.
Have any of you seen Clarence? before?
No.
It's like a Cartoon Network show. Oh, okay, never mind. It's like this autistic, like OCD person. It was the most evil thing. I didn't know how to respond to it. And then there was another. There's another one that somebody said I sounded like. Somebody said, yeah, never mind. All right, forget it. Let's talk about seasteading. That's more interesting.
Seasteading is
In any case, I need to leave now. I need to go to sleep.
yeah.
It's like the sun is already rising over here.
What the
The
hell?
sun also rises.
The sun's rising. That means you can stay up
Also
longer.
rises.
Okay.
Very sad.
Okay, wait.
All right, Lulu.
Here's the thing. This isn't like, this isn't a hater thing, but seasteading is kind of Reddit. Seasteading relies way too much on the goodwill of nation states to exist, and we've already seen how that works. Like Polynesia, fucking the one El Salvador? No, not El Salvador. Costa Rica, Thailand. Whenever like these seasteading, and these guys are like well heeled. They got lots of money, but
Right.
like when push comes to shove, like these countries are not. And Liberland, you could kind of think of like a quasi seastead thing, because like this is like a river valley, and because of like the course of the river, that was the problem with the borders or whatever. That creates like quote unquote terra nullius. So it's sort of the same thing, but ultimately, like the sovereign states, you can't ask them nicely to leave you alone. So it's never like, okay, maybe in like a theoretical where like you can really just go out like 1,000 miles from anywhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and create a society. I mean, that's, God bless, but like at that point, like technology in so many other ways will be so advanced that there will probably be way better ways to further liberty. I'm not optimistic about the near future of seasteading.
I totally agree. I mean, it also seems like it takes like a ridiculous amount of resources to do for like the amount of people who end up doing it.
I mean, and that would be worth it if the states would allow it, and they clearly do not. They're not interested. They are not interested in granting like little like whatever autonomous zones or whatever. Like all the countries that have been queried about this have like no intention of giving up an iota of sovereignty.
Right.
To like Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel could give them $100 billion, and they're like,
true.
we're still gonna like tax you. We're still gonna.
If anything,
tariffs.
they probably use that as a way to say, look, Peter Thiel is trying to create his own like Pepsi army or whatever. They're like, it'll become a talking point about how rich people are trying to like make sovereign governments and destroy society or whatever.
Yeah.
Become unaccountable. That'd be my bet.
Yeah. I think folk secessionism is the way, because then you can't be like, oh, Peter Thiel is behind this.
Adrian, have you read, or have any of you guys read Ryan McMaken's book, Breaking Away? I still have to get it.
No, I've listened to an interview or two about it. I have to say, and I don't want to sound like pretentious or whatever, but I've kind of been in like that vogue for a long time. So when I heard the thesis and I went people talking about it, I'm like, or the phrase like Bob Murphy's book, right? Or his collection of essays or something like that about like secession. It's like I kind of know more than Ryan McMaken and Bob Murphy about it. In fact, if someone can find this, I think I was on camera, but I asked Bob Murphy a pan-secessionist question at the Porfest 2021 panel. and I talk about like Somaliland, and I talk about like the fact that Somaliland is aligned with Liberland and Taiwan as like unrecognized countries, and basically I'm asking Bob, like, can there be like kind of like international like organizations of like decentralization? And Bob is, I mean, you know, God bless him. You know, he tries to make it funny or whatever. It's like, oh, so we should tell Joe Biden, you know, we got the Somali pirates behind us or whatever, which killed at the venue. But I feel like, I mean, you really have to like get into like, I feel like these guys are perfect. I mean, they're fine on the theoretical like part, but they don't know a lot about like the actual history of secession.
Well, that might be the case with Bob Murphy, but I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Ryan McMakin's been in this. Like, that's kind of like his thing, no?
I mean,
like Bob Murphy's thing is not secession.
Well,
Is this a video? I'm gonna in that general.
Where? What are you talking about?
You're talking about you were at the Pork Fest with Bob Murphy. Is that the video, or is that like the?
I can't look at it now because it's streaming, but I'll look at it later.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Oh my God. What the hell? Bro, you're based. I wasn't expecting you to look like that.
Like a Jew?
Well, it's like your face isn't in it. It's just like your side and back.
Oh, it's probably, yeah. Well, then you can't see the schnoz.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. It was fun. That was also the Pork Fest that I stumped Gene Epstein, because I asked him a question about like French Austrians, because Ralph Ryko in a lecture had brought it up, and I later tracked down the guy that I was talking about, but Gene had no idea. He was like, "Oh, I know about Bastia. That was a French libertarian." I'm like, "You stupid fucking bitch! You're useless to me."
That's what you should have said. I fucking hate you. Oh my God. I was not expecting you to be ginger. I don't know why. You ever like talk to somebody and you have like an image in your head of what they look like?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I just assume that you look like, you know, Walter.
Yeah, I look like a gremlin. I'm a goblin person.
I always pictured you with very long brown hair and some very large looking glasses.
Adrian?
Unfortunately, I'm referring to you, MR.
Long brown hair. I want to say.
I thought Adrian was of African American descent until very recently. Like, I genuinely did.
He's like the exact opposite.
It just seemed so idiosyncratic to me. I pictured him looking kind of like Urkel after a while. I feel like I'm being very mean right now.
No, it's fine.
I apologize.
I like it. Be as mean as you want, as long as it's not toward me. You know what I'm saying? Then I'll have a problem. If you make fun of me for something, that's not funny. You make fun of somebody else, that's funny.
I'll do some self-mockery. I've always found that my voice sounds like just a bad impression of Mickey Mouse when I'll be playing back my podcast. Just from a vocal perspective, I'm thinking like, I could see that.
I have never like noticed at all. Like, now that you point that out, I hear like a little bit of Mickey Mouse in there. But like, if you never pointed that out, I would have never known. I would have never thought about that. So, if that helps your self-esteem.
Thank you.
I got told I sounded like the guy from Clarence. Look him up. I forgot the guy's name. Absolutely crushing.
We're not talking about Clarence Thomas, I take it.
No. The show. Oh, that would be fucking hilarious. I sound like Lil Wayne. No, look up Squarehead Kid from Clarence.
They say you sound like him?
Yeah, that's what somebody said. Or it's like this kid with like OCD is like his whole character. Very funny. Christophe Christ says, "Sheesh. I just sound like a 12-year-old. Adrian can confirm." Adrian's muted. I don't know if he did that on purpose or if he's like screaming at his laptop.
Adrian's just done with us.
I'll be right back. Morgan, keep the chat entertained.
All right.
I believe in you.
You're putting a lot of
Oh, and Miss Harbinger, Liberty guy.
Hi.
How you doing there, Harbinger?
I'm good. Well, what's your YouTube channel? I don't think I'm subscribed to you.
Well, my YouTube channel is just Captain Morgan, but I host the Morgan Meets the Eye podcast. So, my personal take on seasteading is I just feel like a lot of these people have just seen Kevin Costner in Waterworld too many times. I feel like they've just seen that and thought, I'm just going to build my whole life around this concept.
Not gonna lie, I haven't really looked into seasteading. All that I know is there's like the boat, the big boat, that's supposed to be launched, and then they're gonna get like all like the libertarians on it.
Yeah,
and yeah, that's literally all I know about like anything sea related.
Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, it'll be painfully ironic if it ends up in some type of Titanic situation.
Yeah, I don't think it's very practical.
Right, yeah, but I mean, like, there's so many state-funded, building projects that are hopelessly, impractical too. Because if I think about, like, what's that thing they're doing in the Middle East, like that?
Oh, the line.
City? Yeah, the line, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that whole thing just seems like a gigantic money laundering scheme as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think it's literally just meant to raise approval for the what is it, the Saudi government or whatever was overseeing it. It doesn't seem like they're doing it out of like the kindness of their heart. Like they want to they want to just build the biggest goddamn city in the world.
Exactly. Yeah. They're just trying to draw attention to themselves. I see no way they can practically build that. And I don't know. I mean, there's definitely some international, relations going on there too. Considering America's relationship to Saudi Arabia and the way we've kind of been using them with as far as natural resources and all of that. But, yeah. In any case, I think it's just a silly idea. And I mean, a lot of these government ideas, tend to be like a lot of these centralized building projects are really just rooted in this idea of building things that aren't necessarily from public demand. So if we build a bridge, for example, and let's say people don't necessarily want that bridge directly. Let's say they haven't officially purchased it from some type of private company. In this case, that people might look at that bridge and think, okay, the government's built that bridge, but in reality, we can attribute this. We're not seeing the millions and millions that went into tax funds that could have gone into other products within the private sector. So in reality, nothing's actually being built there. We're just taking the resources and displacing them to another project. In this case, it's just that for some reason people insist that the government should be the one to make this particular decision.
Yeah. That's a economics in one lesson argument, exactly, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
That's exactly where I lifted that from. Yes. Right. Oh, I see somebody in the chat here. What is liberty? Okay, so
that's
basically,
a good question.
Right. I mean, I've noticed that when I look up, libertarianism as a concept, I know that's revolves around the concept of minimal state intervention, and I mean that's a fine definition as far as I'm concerned. But it talks about what isn't part of libertarian, like not the state. I feel like as far as liberty, I just see that as the concept of you don't have to do anything, but you are still required to live with, the natural consequences that arise from your own actions. For example, like, you're not essentially nobody else is telling you what you have to do. So it really comes down to individuals making their own choices. And as soon as, the individual is not allowed to make their own choices, this becomes more of a matter of aggression there. As soon as somebody else starts making decisions for the other individual. But I don't know, that's really, the definition I would give. Basically, in short, it's that people don't have to do anything, but they are still, each individual is still required to, live with the own consequences of their own individual actions.
Yeah.
What about freedom from aggression? I'm sure Rothbard defines liberty somewhere.
Liberty is not the freedom to do what thou wilt, but merely the freedom to do what thou ought.
You know that was first said by the Prophet Muhammad?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Lord Acton said that.
Lord Acton is kind of based. I need to actually go and read him. I only read people quoting him.
Me too. I cursorily read about him for the first time in Ralph Rako's dissertation, but I do really want to get into him.
Gotcha.
I might even
What's
make
up,
a video.
Schizoid Man? Oh, good. Make a video. I'm just saying, what's up to Schizoid Man? I gotta stay on top of that chat, bro.
Schizoid, get in. You have the link. Get in chat, bitch.
I'm in the
Just got
chat.
off work.
Who's
Who?
in chat?
Schizoid. Yeah, I was talking to him a little earlier.
When will ANCAP's ratio Adams? Unfortunately, I don't know if that's gonna happen anytime soon. maybe a couple years from now. Who knows?
Is Adam?
Yeah.
Zulu made a response
is
video
that
too.
Adam Ruins?
No, Adam something.
Adam
He's
something.
like he's a socialist YouTuber.
Yeah, maybe Zulu can trick Adam something into debating him.
No, I doubt it. I don't think Adam something. Like I genuinely believe there are intelligent leftists. Like I believe Destiny. I don't know if you'd consider him a left. Like I know leftists would not consider him a leftist. But Destiny I find to be genuinely intelligent. Adam something. I don't know. That guy's a little bit lacking.
Okay, so SPC 44 has this question, and I have an answer. Well, okay, so we talked about the cesspool principle, and how I think Zulu and maybe everyone in the voice chat right now basically agrees that Rothbard is wrong about the cesspool principle. But the cesspool principle is why Rothbard believes that police are justified in kicking bums off the streets. Because...
Or can you explain the cesspool principle?
Okay, so basically, you have this idea that while the state exists, it has to be... The properties that the state manages has to be at least roughly within the realm of what a private property institution would have it be, which implies there's some standards, right? For example, in the subway, right, people can't be sleeping, people can't be urinating or whatever, and the same roughly goes for streets, storefronts, any things the state owns can't ultimately be something like that a private institution would not tolerate. Problem is, because the state is not a legitimate owner of the property, this, with a couple of exceptions, and MRH, I brought up the few exceptions here, basically makes this property unowned territory and therefore can be homesteaded by anyone. So this idea that the cesspool principle should hold doesn't really hold, because none of the individual people who have contributed to the maintenance of this property through inflation or taxation or whatever, or corvée even, literally if someone Zulu, I think, made a pretty compelling case that even contractors, and by extension, people who are like in bonded labor to create like a certain thing, do not have immediate ownership rights. Actually, not to make too much of an aside, but I guess bonded labor, I mean, they'd at least have a better right than the average person. But basically, like, state agents, like a public school teacher does not have a quote unquote right to her like school classroom, right? Like a beat cop doesn't have the right to the sidewalk that he walks on. But Rothbard seems to believe that these actually does. I mean, it exists in the sense that, you know, if government was run as a business, then it would be, and therefore that we should pretend that is the state of existence that we have now.
Seems really interesting because seems like in the online libertarian space there seems to be a division on this topic. This is controversial. I side with Liquid Zulu on this discussion, but like Anglo Libertarian and Fabian Liberty would be against and was stating the opposite position, siding with Rothbard. I do think it's one of those interesting cases where libertarians are not all on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, at Rothbard, I think
there are many such cases. But go ahead.
Well, I would say in anything I really disagree with Rothbard on, I credit Rothbard for putting forth a really good starting point. Because no one did it like him, and no one did anything like what Rothbard did before he did. So this goes to the abortion debate. Like, Rothbard was way more systematic than, for example, Benjamin Tucker in like figuring out who is the owner of children. Rothbard, like, the cesspool principle is definitely a great starting point, and I don't think people really thought about it systematically before Rothbard started talking about it in the 90s. And Rothbard started talking about it in the 90s specifically because of the fall of the Soviet Union, and also the crime wave in the 1990s. These two things sort of coincided, and they must have coincided in his head perfectly. That you, like, what do you do with public property, right? When public property no longer exists. So, while I think he was misled, I mean, Rothbard was always, I mean, asking Rothbard his opinion on, like, a touchy subject, I think was, like, you know, I wish we could clone him now. We could ask him, like, what he thinks about AI or whatever. And no matter what he said, regardless of if it was ultimately right or wrong, it would be such an excellent starting point.
He was truly a great thinker.
Yeah.
Like, I have yet to come across like one concern that I've thought of about anarcho-capitalism, then search that and not find him with some type of, you know, concise, you know, direct answer to it.
Right.
I got one.
Even if it's wrong. Okay.
Yeah,
I got
one.
one. Forestalling. Didn't write on that. Bam.
I don't know.
Destroyed? Question mark.
What's forestalling?
You know the donut homestead.
The what?
The donut homestead.
What do you mean?
So if I have, there's two formulations. For one, let's say somebody owns a piece of land. What if I homestead all the land around them? Don't allow them to leave.
Oh, wait a minute.
There's another one.
Didn't Rothbard I mean, he talked about easements, right?
Yeah, but that don't count.
What do you mean? Like, it would basically, like, there is no property ever now in existence, and for the past, like 1,000 years that have not have easements.
Let's say, could there be? Like, theoretically. Because this is like a theoretical criticism
Okay,
generally. It's
but-
like, okay, what if I homestead a donut around somebody and they don't have an easement or whatever?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I
Didn't
guess
answer that.
sucks to suck, right?
Didn't answer that. Well, that's not Walter Block's position. This is an argument among libertarians.
Wait.
Um,
What's Walter's position?
Walter's position is that's aggression, and that's anti-homesteading. It's also anti-homesteading to homestead a ring around unowned property and then not let anybody into that unowned property. That would be wrong, and you have a right to walk through their land.
Oh,
Zulu.
I think I agree with Walter on that. That second one for sure. I'd have to think more about that first one.
Zulu mentioned in I forgot which one of his distilled philosophy series on which chapter it was, but he mentioned about the Blockian proviso, which is what MRH is talking about. And the second example he said probably doesn't exist, because if you enclose a space and you make a donut shape homestead, that's impossible, because whatever is the unknown property within the donut-shaped homestead is actually just owned property that you own. It cannot be the case that you build something around something and the middle of it is not unowned. It has to be owned by you.
Yeah, me and Nye and Zulu were talking about this a long time ago. I forget. It might have been not a long time ago. Like, by a long time ago, I mean, like, maybe last year.
For a Zoomer, a long time ago.
But I forgot there was a problem with that, because this was Nye's position, and I forget what me and him were like. Yeah, that's an issue.
I mean, can't you
totally
just helicopter in?
Well, that's another question, because then there's another interesting part of forestalling. Because what if you can't What if helicopters aren't around, but theoretically they could be?
Sure.
Then is it
I don't think
forestalling?
it matters, because if you don't have the means, then that means somebody is forestalling you. Yes, helicopters theoretically exist, but you don't have any helicopters to your means, and so you are being kidnapped. You are caged in.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, it's
I don't
not
think that's
not
true.
like you were airdropped into like existence or whatever, right? You to a certain
I was
extent,
born out of the battle bus. Sorry.
You did choose to like be in a certain part of reality, and if someone somehow was able to, I guess, convince you or the people that he bought from that you are not allowed to get easements or whatever, which, I mean, listen, I find it dubious that. Okay, let's grant it. Okay, but like, okay, you can't have like ground easements, but like, what are they gonna like? Okay, you do have recourse. Now, it may not be the most inexpensive recourse, but you do have recourse. And okay, let's say it's 200 years ago. There's no helicopters, although to be fair, there's like air balloons, right? But okay, let's go even further. Let's go 500 years ago. So there's no way someone could go up and then down over territory, right?
Sorry, I'm like not paying attention right now.
Fuck you, nigga.
I'm paying attention.
I'm going all
Honestly,
over the
it doesn't
place.
really matter if helicopters exist in this hypothetical or not, because if you have the means to go up and down, then it's not exactly forestalling. But if you do not have the means to go up and down, then it is forestalling.
Well, that's
because
what
like
I mean.
helicopters exist right now. Go ahead.
But well, what I'm saying is, like, balloons existed in the 18th century, right? Hot air balloons.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't have been forestalling. However, if you did in the 15th century, it would be forestalling. Is that your argument?
No. Are you listening? So
Yeah, tell me.
whatever I'm saying it's irrelevant if hot air balloons exist or not, or helicopters exist or not, because let's assume the person who is being trapped inside the donut does not have the means to go up and down. Whether or not, if there are means that exist.
Well, wait a
like,
minute.
for example, let's imagine you're trapped in the donut, and there is helicopters that exist in the world, but you don't own a helicopter, and you cannot use any helicopters to your means to go up and down. So you are trapped.
Hold on. This sounds communist to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Well, how does this sound communist?
oh, bro, I'm not free because I don't have, like, access to, like helicopter. Like, dude, get good, get money.
You don't have the means to escape. If you don't have the means to get out of the donut,
property?
then you're trapped.
Or how about this, Schizoid? What if you have the means, but it'll take some time?
Oh, well, of course, if you have the means, like, for example, if there's like just like a tent if I'm going in a straight line and then there's a house in the middle of my straight line, just because it takes me a little bit of more energy to like go around the house, it's not aggression because there's no forestalling.
So is there forestalling?
And if I was going in a straight line and I was going into the middle of like an almost closed in donut, like imagine like a C shape, almost closed in donut, and I walk into it and then I realize I hit the wall and I have to go all the way back and around, that's not forestalling. But once it's enclosed, I'm trapped.
So if I construct
and if I don't have the means to get out, then
I construct a giant maze around you and you have to solve it in order to get to where you want to go, that would not be forestalling, right? Like, it would be wrong.
I guess not. No, it would be shitty, but it's kind of like going back to like the example of like to steal a penny to save the world. You know, like when we get into these ridiculous strict hypotheticals, our intuition and what is logically sound kind of contradicts or kind of conflicts. But I would still say, even if you're in a complex maze, if there is a means to get out, then you're not being forestalled.
What if there is a means to get out, but it'll take you one day? Like you have to sit and wait a day, and then you can get out.
I would say it's not forestalling. Now, if you're like trapped in there for days, weeks, and you die, then it is forestalling because you technically don't have the means to get out if you die. You know.
So how about let's say, hold on, wait, this is whatever. Fine, go ahead. This is an interesting goddamn line of questioning. Okay.
It's theory night. It's libertarian theory night, boys.
If you my brain goes blank every time I see that Kevin Carson Hoppa picture.
Just gonna send it to someone.
Okay, so if you have to wait a day, and then you say that's fine, that's not necessarily forestalling. What if it's uncertain, but you're pretty sure that if you wait a day, you can get out?
This is when I like to talk about hypotheticals and what is aggression and what is not aggression. I like to assume a God's eye view that we know the necessary information at hand. However, if we go back down onto Earth, into reality, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it or not, then I wouldn't be sure if it's aggression or not. Then I wouldn't really know how to answer that question. There wouldn't really be an answer. The answer would have to exist with the necessary information at hand.
Okay, so let's say that the necessary information is after. Stop bringing that picture up because that is. Okay, there's. God, you've destroyed me.
I win.
Damn it. No, so
I win the debate.
If you wait. Say it'll take 3 weeks. Say it'll take 5 years. You have everything. You'll survive. You'll be fine in the 5 years. Like you just can't get to where you want to go until 5 years pass. Is that okay?
I think that's okay theoretically. I'm not putting my intuition to a side, and I'm just being autistic about this.
No, that's fine. So then, theoretically too, then, I mean, since helicopters exist, you could get one in probably like 10 years, say, if you make enough money to buy a helicopter to get to where you want to go.
I mean,
think about it, to me that the question is solved.
It's not really any difference, because if you want to get to point A to point B, and you have all the necessary means to survive, but getting to point B is going to take 5 years, suck it up, Buttercup, I guess. We live in a world we literally live in a world of complex mazes of property rights. And it's only the grace of God that we have roads.
So it'll take 90 years, and that'll be fine. That's fine. It might be a dick for
You
somebody
can
to
say
stop
a billion years. I don't
Okay.
know. You know,
Cool.
like.
So, but
Cool.
you understand what you just did? You just made
Do you agree with
forestalling.
me?
Well, let's just say you made forestalling. I don't know 100%, but let's say you basically made forestalling sort of not applicable to any real situation at all. Like maybe if we like take away, if we literally say that they've hermetically sealed themselves into a box, but that's not going to happen in reality. There's always a way to get around those, theoretically speaking. And it could take some X amount of time. Like, there's literally no aggression in any of these cases.
If you have a means to go around to go to where you need to go or where you not want to go, I don't think it's forestalling.
But you always have a means. That's what I'm saying. Not literally, not logically always, but like practically speaking, always. 99.99% of cases. Yeah, no, literally.
Well, maybe not. Let's just say hypothetically. I'm going from point A to point B, but there's a really long wall in the way. And I may not be able to have the means to make it because I might die of exhaustion before I even starve to death, you know? So
that's
the thing is, and then also if you want to bring in practicality into this, it's pretty practical that I'm going to be able to go to the grocery store tomorrow morning, you know? Even in Incapistan, I'm going to be able to go to the grocery store tomorrow morning.
So if somebody gathers a bunch of food together,
the market will incentivize roads to be built so that people can go to A to B in the most efficient way possible. So if we want to be practical about it, I'm not worried because free markets.
If I gather up all the food and I put it all in a pile, I gather up a bunch of coconuts.
If you take all the coconuts on Coconut Island and you say, I gotta suck your dick. Well, I'm gonna say I'm gay and I'll suck your dick for free. How about that?
I forestall you from them. No, I say you can't even do that. I
forestall you from my dick. How about that?
No. I say you can't get the coconuts. Are you gonna say workers starve? Capitalism is workers starve, bro.
Can I suck your dick?
What
Capitalism is suck dick or starve.
Listen.
No.
Don't be.
Am I supposed to take your question seriously?
Yes.
Don't be asking my bottom.
Okay, fine.
Bitch.
I'm starve. You know what? It's not work or starve. It's just starve. I'm just forcing you. You're gonna starve now.
I'm asking because I'm trying to draw a parallel between the forestalling thing because you say that the other person.
Okay, fine. I'm putting on my serious face. I'm serious now.
I'm saying the person.
Ask me the question again. I wasn't paying attention.
My point is the person who's quote unquote doing the forestalling. You're saying that they're aggressing because they're withholding things from you.
Withholding unowned things specifically. I guess that would be the best definition that I can come up with in my head. Because like if they're withholding you things that they own, then that's okay.
But hold on. But hold on. If I can just jump in real quick, Emreich.
Go ahead. By all means.
The withholding that they're... Okay, so when someone makes like a donut shape and somehow through the physical laws of the universe or like the reality that we have access to right now, you can't access this unowned property without going through the owned property, right? That's not coercion. That's what Peter Joseph of the Zeitgeist Project would call structural violence, and anarcho-communists would call, I don't know, whatever. They have a total slew of words, some of which is literally coercion, even though it's literally not coercion. But what we really have here is like nature is cruel. Nature has flaws in like how it lays out like property, and therefore what? That this person making like a donut shaped property border doesn't have like valid property rights. I would say, at least on the face of it, I disagree. Bottom text.
Bottom text. Just a big long meme with just like it's like 5 paragraphs on top and then bottom text on the bottom.
Yeah. But I mean, I mean, do you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, like the structure of reality can be such that people don't easily have recourse to like whatever, like instant like justice as like the human mind in 2023 can see it, right? But I don't see how that necessarily like, you know what I mean? Like that could just be like a cruelty of the universe, of just structural violence, right? Like that a torus, a donut shape, can exclude like someone from property. I mean,
I'd side with Zulu that donut-shaped properties cannot be legitimate. Whether it's somebody's in it or somebody's outside of it, there is no such thing as creating property within the middle of it not being property.
I think, okay, I will say that has more merit to me than the kind of the blocky improviso on its face does. Right, like this idea.
Yeah,
like,
I don't remember exactly.
If you enclose like quote unquote unknown property within your property, it just becomes your property.
Yeah,
right.
That's what Zulu said. I agree with that.
Straightforward understanding.
And implies with if you're inside the property and somebody encloses it upon you, it's aggression because there's no such thing as donut-shaped properties.
I mean, it seems like a weird rule, though. If I had to,
I don't think it's a weird rule at all because it would be arbitrary,
Well, okay, so as long as there's like a millimeter of egress, or I mean, how I get maybe like a 2 foot exit is legitimate, and then like a 1 foot.
The egress has to be efficient. So like if it was if you get like here's an exit door, but it's the size of a mouse door, that's not an exit door because you cannot use your body to go through that door because it's way too small.
Okay, what if you were just a really small dude?
If you're a really small dude, then there's no issue here.
Well, but hold. I mean,
Schizoid, hold on.
Yeah, I don't want to get bogged down.
Let's look at this diagram, okay? Let's see these. These are homesteads, okay?
What diagram? I'm on my phone. I just got off work.
In general.
Oh, in general? Okay.
Those are homesteads, okay? These are on Earth. What I'm going to do is a guy comes along and he throws one of these guys down. And you say, okay, well, all of that inside is homesteaded, so all the people with the black blobs, they're being aggressed on, right?
If they're being trapped inside, yes.
Because I built a big fence around it. So, but by the theory that everything inside is homesteaded, they're being aggressed on, right? They have to be.
No, I'm saying that would be illegitimate.
Yeah, I know.
The person who built that fence.
Yeah. They're aggressing on the people on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So what if I do this then? What if I build my fence such that it's like this? Hold on. Sorry, I'm like drawing.
I'm waiting.
As I speak.
Anticipation.
I see it. You can just look at the stream.
What the hell is that? I don't even know how to comprehend that. What are we looking at here?
So, okay, hold on. So there's
No, that's still no. That's still the same as I get what's going on here. That's still the same as the second one.
And why is that?
I mean, it's not literally the same, but it's effectively the same. It's still illegitimate.
It's effectively the same, but what I've done is I've explicitly not homesteaded all of it, unless you're saying. But then this is another question because then
they're still trapped inside.
I think this was the problem because then everybody else is also trapped inside. Like the problem is your definitions of inside and outside. Like there's no way I could really homestead anything. I don't think because the outside could be the homestead. Like there's literally no way to differentiate any of this if this is what we're going with. Like does that make sense? Because the Earth is a globe.
What I was saying is that example 2 and example 3 are effectively the same, and I would probably even go as far as to say that they're literally the same thing. Because remember, there's no such thing as a donut-shaped property, so this little gap between the properties, this little gap of unowned property, is just the same situation as before as the other one.
All of those are just
As in, the aggressor does not legitimately own the property, because you can't enclose on somebody and trap them in and call it property.
Hold on, I gotta find what the discussion me and Nye were having about this a while ago. So I am forgetting where we went with this. Why I thought it was wrong. Hold on, everybody. Let me find this message. It'll only take me a few years.
I'm just trying to. Let me Google this.
Do you guys want to debate Jorge?
Who's Jorge?
No, I do not want to debate Jorge.
Who's Jorge?
Do you know, oh shit, let me think.
It's funny you mentioned this. I've actually been going back and forth with Jorge about an appearance on the podcast.
Really?
Oh, that would be cool.
Wait.
That'd be funny.
The literal communist?
Yeah.
But it's funny, he's a Marxist, but then me and Harbinger convinced him that the LTV is not right, and he agrees now, so he's like in a weird state of limbo.
Nah, man, you ever hear Pierre Sarafa? He's just gonna become a Saraphist. They like...
What's a Seraphist?
Okay, this... like, during the Great Depression, like, Marxists, like, took on, like, Keynesian stuff. Basically, like, and Pietro
Gross.
Sarafa got, he's like the...
Gross. I hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's literally worse. Remember that old, like, Rothbard quote, like, at least Marx is not a Keynesian?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
literally.
Well, guess what?
Sarafa.
We got Marxist Keynesians.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, great. That's great, sweetie.
Yeah.
Why did you bring them up?
Well, you said like you taught someone out of LTV, but I'm just saying like there are worse fates for a Marxist than being stuck in LTV.
Yeah. I finished the first part of my video. Now I'm going to do the second part.
Good, bitch.
I'm doing a critique on Marxism, and it's kind of like it's partly a critique on Marxism, and then the second part, I'm going to do a two-parter video. Then I'm going to explain the Austrian class analysis. By the way, MRH, great recommendation. That was a fantastic recommendation.
On economics and ethics of private property.
On Karl Marx and the closest system.
Oh, the Baumgartner. Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, that book's instant hood classic. I'm still looking for this forestalling argument.
You're still looking for what you were saying.
Remember.
We're already past the conversation. That conversation is 1,000,000 years old, and you're still.
Well, no, because Nye said something really. Nye said something really good, and he was like, "This is why this is probably like because he proposed it, and I think that's where Zulu got it from." And then I was like, "Yeah, this is wrong because of this," and that made sense. And now I can't find it.
What are we talking about? What was it about? What was it in relation to?
Problems. I don't know. Never mind. Keep talking about whatever you. Okay, here we go.
You found it.
Yeah, I think I found the discussion that we were having at the time, but I gotta read through it to see the.
You're blue balling me.
Oh, this was over a year ago. Wow, that was like centuries, basically.
In internet.
That's like 1,000,000 years in Zoomer time.
Yeah. It's going to be, but it needs to switch.
Harbinger, whenever I'm done with this call, I'll read the thing that you sent me.
Alright.
What's it about again?
It was just like, we had like a prompt we had to answer in, my history class. It was on the Treaty of Versailles.
Oh, was that the World War one, or was that the World War II?
Man,
okay.
Shut the fuck up. Man, shut your... Can't believe someone would say something like that. Although Hitler did have the French sign his peace treaty with them in the same rail car that the Treaty of Versailles in 1919 was signed in. So there is, I mean, you say that's what I meant. It's the Treaty of Versailles 1940.
I guess my question was technically valid.
Are social sciences objective? No. Next question. Most people aren't rootless cosmopolitans who would just pack up and move to South Africa. I mean, that's true.
I'm not most people, though. Let's move to South Africa. Let's start a free state project there.
Notification is still required. Fuck, I don't think I found it. It's over.
I believe in you, MRH.
No, it's over. It's so fucking over.
It's so over.
Ogre.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because Dominiac has a better formulation of forestalling than Walter. A much better formulation than Walter. Dominiac is underrated, guys. Dominiac is a
No
fucking
idea who
genius.
that guy is.
I don't know who
Maybe
Dominiac
we should
is.
make freaking content.
I told you I'm in the middle of making content. It just won't be out for another 6 or 7 years.
No, I didn't say you. I said him.
Dominiac or Schizoid?
I just tried Googling Dominiac and I'm finding a character from Final Fantasy. I assume that's not the same person.
Schizoid literally has made content. Dominiac, I don't even know. That sounds like some... some Final Fantasy character.
No, he's a not a senior fellow, but a fellow at the Mises Institute, and he he's very, very smart, very, very underrated. Look him up. He debated Joran Brook on anarcho-capitalism.
You debated him on whether or not Israel Jews have the right of supremacy over the Goyim.
True.
He lost
What's
in the
his name?
landslide.
What the fuck did I talk about forestalling?
Hey, forestall this, bitch.
I'm pissed. You know, I might
Nut.
give up on this, but I'm gonna be so pissed because then I have to rethink about what the. Because Kinsella wrote against it too, and that was kind of convincing. Also, that that if you accept that theory, Adrian, that's going to contradict what you said earlier about roads and what's sufficient for homesteading, because you're sort of if you homestead everything within an enclosed area, you haven't done anything in the enclosed area, which was kind of your whole point about the roads and shit.
That does make sense. I think that is a compelling argument.
What is? Which one? What I just said?
Well, simply, that there is unknown property. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the Blockian proviso applies just because people are in a quote-unquote, could theoretically, let's be clear here, most property arrangements in the 21st century have easements. So, I mean...
You buy easements? I don't know if I buy easements, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like them.
I mean, you literally buy them. Right? You know what I mean?
No. I mean, I know what you mean, but I'm saying, when I say I don't buy them, I don't mean I literally purchase an easement. I mean...
But people purchase easements, but but that is, I mean,
Yeah,
no,
people
no,
people purchase patents. Or people purchase the intellectual property rights of other people. I don't find that to be legitimate. I don't buy it, quote unquote.
Granted,
Like I don't know if I buy these.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Okay.
Real estate companies, you know, like they're the ones dealing with properties ultimately, right?
Yeah.
And they trade easements with each other, and they trade easements with their clients, between their clients, or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you could come up with some, you know, like from Adam, ex nihilo state where no one came up with easements and easements just don't exist. But in the real world, easements are 100%, like this is a voluntary like arrangement.
No, I totally agree with you. Hold on.
In a way that like patents aren't.
Okay, I agree. Like, I have to differentiate here because if there could be title transfer. Or basically, you're in a network of contracts, and then the contract stipulates that if you don't let me on your land, you owe me the land. Something like that, right? And that would effectively make an easement. That's fine. But usually when people are talking about easements, like what Hoppe talks about in The Great Fiction, or what Rothbard's talking about, he's talking about if I walk, like Hoppe says this explicitly, if I walk across land and then somebody builds a road over it, I still have the right to quote unquote walk back over that land because I've homesteaded an easement for myself, quote unquote. Roderick Long also does the same thing. And he even says that you can own easements publicly. Like if a bunch of people walk.
I read that one article. It was like a 9-page article about Hoppe talking about easement rights. I don't get it. I don't really get it. I'm gonna reread it and I'm gonna try to comprehend what he's trying to talk about. I'm gonna agree with you. I don't buy it. And not as in like the purchase kind of buy it.
I'm gonna be real here. I don't think easements arise in that organic sense.
Okay, that's disagreeing with quite a lot of libertarians, but I agree.
No. Yeah. I mean, listen, I disagree with lots of libertarians all the time.
I know, I'm just saying, like, before you were like, oh, easements, I'm saying, like, this is a thing.
Well, okay, but my understanding of easements, like, is basically just, like, common law property rights as has existed for, like, over 1,000 years. That, and this is something, and it's not something that the state, like, just fiat creates, right? Like, real estate owners, like, create agreements between themselves and between the clients that they mutually, like, deal with, that there are rights to certain easements, access rights.
The thing about what Hoppe was talking about, how if like a village, and all the people in the village start naturally making a path towards the lake so they can collect water, and then somebody comes in and homesteads the path and starts charging people because he now owns the path. And then Hoppe says, no, the people in the village have an easement right. I don't agree with it because that implies that the people in the village owned the path, which first, a group of people cannot own something. That's impossible. And B, since nobody actually really, like, established anything that resembles homesteading the path, I don't agree with it. And now, intuitionally, I feel bad. I'm getting a call from somebody.
Put them on speaker.
Put the app on.
Sorry, I got into a call by accident. Sorry, did I interrupt somebody? Somebody was calling me, then I accidentally pressed the call button.
Yeah, that's
anyway,
okay.
You get what I was saying, right?
Adrian was saying some important stuff, but that's okay.
Yeah, you just ignore me, man.
But you heard what I said, right?
Well, sort of. Adrian was talking, and he was kind of being serious, and then he was interrupted by this phone call.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, we're just messing with you, man.
Wait, Schizoid.
What?
Is the paper, is it called Common Public and Private Property and the Rationale for Total Privatization? Is that the article?
Let me see. Do I have it on my phone in my files? What? what it was?
It's called My Struggle.
I don't remember.
Oh, this JC guy's back. Telling people to pack up and move to Armenia as their solution is autistic and shows you don't
No,
take
I don't
problems
have it on my
seriously.
phone. I don't think I have it on my phone.
This is why the masses turned
I don't
others
remember
to
what it was
realistic
called.
Ideas.
This is why the masses do not turn to libertarianism.
Making the loftiest goal your only solution is a non-starter. There are more practical ways to concentrate, hence Hoppa's localism strategy, which he clearly lays out feasible steps to achieve.
I mean, but Hoppa literally agrees with me. Dude,
Yeah.
dude, if I had Hoppa's ear and for some reason I think it's possible he hasn't heard of Orania, but if I described Orania to him, he was like, "What do you think about this?" He was like, "I think this is an excellent way to achieve the libertarian goal of like."
So to speak.
He would be 100% behind this.
The whole time I've talked about the importance of an intentional community. I'm not an atomized individualist, though there are too many of them in the movement. I swear to God. Okay, JC, I'm sorry. I'm going to accuse you of something right now, and I apologize in advance. Bro, you're like a robot. Like, I swear to God, I hear this shit repeated on over and over and over again. Where the fuck are all these atomized individualists? I can't find them. Like, where are they?
What is an atomized individualist?
I
guess-
have met them, but guess what? They're all
They're
like,
rare.
They're left wing market anarchists.
Yeah,
They're the
that's-
guys that think like.
You could have just said that. Whatever the fuck atomized individualist means, you could have just said left-wing market anarchist.
He doesn't know what he means. But
I
but
think
I
he means
have
like super selfish, I suppose.
I have met people who genuinely think families are evil, and you know the individual is the only source of meaning in anyone's lives. Not just like taking methodological individual into its like its most extreme. But right libertarians,
Methodological individualism.
yeah.
What?
Sorry, I interrupted.
Well, I mean, JC, if you couldn't realize, like I was kind of being like tongue in cheek when I said you're an atomized individualist. Like, obviously, you sort of posture as a collectivist, right? But at the same time, let's be like, you do sort of have to put your money where your mouth is if you want to make an intentional community where people care about each other. Like, you can't have it both ways.
Hear about it so often because it's true. We don't want to criticize our own movement, but that's how they could. No, I think it was more popular at one point, and now it no longer is. But people don't want to actually people don't want to actually criticize the majority of libertarians anymore. So they've kind of repeat the same things that were once true and no longer are. At least this is my.
I mean, you have like the Randians were way more influential up until like the 2000s than they were now. And definitely they were like pro atomization. They didn't like the family. They didn't like religion. They didn't like all these things. But like Ron Paul changed all of that. And he changed it when most of us were children. Most of us grew up in a libertarian. Now apparently JC has like 800 kids in the public school that are leeching off taxpayer money. So, you know, maybe he has a different experience, but I have had the positive experience that libertarianism is way more communalist than it was 30 years ago.
Right. Like, I feel like if it was maybe, I feel like, you know, so many years ago, you would have heard, you would have had an exact copy of JC in here talking about how, like, everyone's too collectivist. Like, this is just a shifting of the sort of libertarian status quo.
Enjoyer. I know Galazar has kind of graded with me here, but like, I think community is important, exists, and I mean, the whole idea of Snektube is like quote unquote collectivist, right?
Bro, I would totally love to live in a neighborhood where it's all libertarians and we all live communally and we have like a permaculture garden and we share everything. I totally would be down for that.
I'm sorry, I am not. I am absolutely anti that. I can't tell if you're joking.
You're
but I do not want to.
anti-permaculture?
I'm
I'm a bit of a
anti.
hippie, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm not really. I don't know. I'm not certainly probably
Okay.
not with other.
Wait,
You can enjoy your covenant community, and I'll enjoy my covenant community. How about that?
Sure.
And I would say for the vast majority of libertarians, isolation is not, the intended end goal that they're pursuing. I think even among people who respect individual property rights, they don't want to be they still seek out community in the same sense.
Right. But I mean, I think this was what he's accusing was once a popular position. It just no longer is, but now it's become safe to talk about it. Like, it kind of feels almost like you're to me, like the anti-Israel position and like libertarianism. Like, that's it's kind of like if you're around a bunch of libertarians and you start talking about anti-Israel, like about how bad Israel is, it's like you're not really being edgy, but you think you are.
Well, and I it's funny. I feel like to a certain extent that is literally because Randians objectivists used to be more prominent.
Right.
And
exactly.
They literally held those. I mean, it's literally the same exact thing. Yeah, like
exactly. It's a flip.
would have held like contradictory positions, right? And then would posture as libertarians. And thankfully, we've run most of them out.
Right. And now I'm just sick of hearing all this stuff about anti-Israel. Like, okay, yeah, I get it, but like, you don't have to posture about it constantly. Like, it's not. I don't know. Maybe to other people, I guess. But it's the same thing as this like atomistic individual stuff. Libertarianism is full of atomistic individuals. Sorry, dude, I'm not buying it at all. I think you're being caught up in the new wave of people who all just repeat the same shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think collectivism is bad either. Like, it depends on how you define it.
I've never really run into a collectivist with like the same definition of collectivism. I don't even understand it at this point.
Now, the only versions I use at this point are the academic sociological ones. Individualism is the idea that social bonds and social relations are formed outside of familial obligations and tribal obligations. So, while America has traditionally, and Britain and Germany and the Netherlands and France definitely has, historically, relations that transcend like individuals and even regions and all that. It is not dependent on which tribe you're from or who your cousin is, right? Most of the world is collectivist in the sociological sense. The Western world, Western Europe specifically, broke away from that and said people can voluntarily form their own collective identities.
Never thought of it like that. That's actually really insightful.
And I disagree. I thought that was really stupid and dumb, and I hated it. Like, you guys are laughing, but that's true. I thought that was like one of the worst. Like, I thought you were just spewing shit out of your mouth, but that's okay. I'll forgive you for that.
To balance that out, I will say, Adrian, I think that was pretty insightful.
Thank you. I mean, I didn't come up with it. I literally, I took, a sociology course, and I was presented with that, and was like, that makes sense.
Adrian was literally reading a paragraph from Das Kapital. Get fucked, schizoid. That was actually in the phenomenology of spirit.
I've always thought of individualism and collectivism, but now I'm rethinking it because I keep running into collectivists who completely disagree with me. But I've always thought of it like individualism is when the rights of the individual trump the collective, and when collectivism is when the rights of the collective trump the individual.
It
I've always
depends.
thought of it simply like that.
There are these people.
Yeah.
There are these people called universalists, and I don't think anybody ever uses the word methodological collectivist, but the opposite of methodological individualist. Like there's some metaphysical entity that is a collective, like almost like a collective is an actor. Like society is an organism.
Fascism,
There's
what
like this
fascists-
brain. Yeah,
Like what
communists.
fascists think of, that's their
Yeah.
ideology.
Yeah,
They
like-
wouldn't call themselves methodological and collectivists,
Right.
but that's what we would call them, I guess,
Yeah,
as
like,
opposed to methodological individualism.
well, there's also. I think even Jay Dyer says this. Like there are a lot of sort of people who believe in like mystical things that believe like the collective is a thing that does things, and it I don't know.
Yeah,
It's kind
some
of annoying.
collectivists, specifically like esoteric fascists I've talked to, like Italian fascists, they kind of believe in that. They believe like the collective is like a person.
Right.
Also,
It's a little bit
JC
wild, a little bit whacked.
JC is 100% right that humans are social beings who finally. It's Mises, bro. Mises, bro. Oh, fuck.
He's cooming.
Yeah.
He's coming
Anytime
to
anybody
Mises.
says anything that has anything to do with Mises,
I feel
read
like
more Mises. Sorry, go ahead, Morgan.
just by its very own nature, I mean, the individual has a lot more clearly defined boundaries than the collective does. So I feel like just as a result, you're going to find a lot more variety among collectivist, thinkers than individualist ones. Simply because it's a bit harder to pinpoint exactly where the collective begins and ends, as opposed to the individual. So, for that reason, that's personally why I think collectivism tends to be a bit incoherent at times among just the people who try to practice it or try to implement it in any reasonable sort of way.
Well, it's almost like it's total nonsense. Like you can't conceive of a collective. Like what the fuck does that even mean?
I really think Morgan hit it out of the park there. Yes. It's so much easier to define what an individual is, like, than what a quote-unquote collective... and we could say, because an individual exists and a collective doesn't, but let's grant that this, collective exists. There's so much more utility to break the collective down to an individual.
How can you even grant the idea that that a collective exists if you can't even really tell what does that entail for a collective to exist? Because really, back to methodological individualism, the idea of a collective only exists in the mind of an individual. Is not you cannot imagine an actual collective physically existing, because that wouldn't make any sense. So just like what Morgan said, it's much easier to be an individualist, and the collectivists that we've all run into seem incoherent and have a lot of variety.
I've seen an individual, right? I've never seen a collective. What is a collective? And maybe JC will be
Exactly.
like, "Oh, you're being nihilist, bro." It's like, I'm asking for proof of the things that you believe.
I gotta be fair to you. I think he probably agrees with us in the methodological individualism versus methodological collectivism point.
Maybe he's just
That'd be like that.
nuanced or whatever.
I don't even know who JC is.
Just this guy in the chat.
I'm not looking
This
at
funny
that.
bro. This funny bro in the chat. What was he gonna say?
Silly little whimsical guy.
Well, there's also a philosophical problem. I forget what it's called, with people who posit universals as a starting point for science. If usually they don't. If you grant that the individuals are conscious, then how do you grant that the whole thing is conscious? It doesn't make sense, logically speaking. There's a problem there that each of the parts are conscious, but so is the whole. Are the organelles that make up your body conscious? Or the cells that make up your body conscious?
Right, exactly.
It literally does not compute. JC, not in some metaphysical sense.
Collectivism.
Do cultures exist feels like an incomplete sentence, because it's yes and no. Yes, in some sense,
They
in the
don't
minds of everybody who makes up the culture.
Yes, but they don't have sentience.
Right. There's no metaphysical property called culture that exists in some actor way. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
And let's be clear, like, again, like, I'm very, like, right wing, okay? I think culture has value to people, to myself, okay? But does it exist in, like, an ontological sense?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean.
No.
No.
No. Sorry. Like, it's a network of individuals, like, creating something, you know, it's fucking, like, parades, holidays, you know, this whole nexus of, like, things that are all great and have, like, positive, you know, value to people. But does it exist in the same way that, like, a rock exists? No, it doesn't. It doesn't even exist in the same way that, like Plato's, like, world of the forms exists, because that exists as, like, a coherent concept. A culture, excuse me, does not exist.
Culture is like a
because it's not
a culture is like a sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, it's not a discrete idea. It's just so, like,
It's just more like a general amalgamation of, like, data, you know, what people tend to do in a given geographical area. It's very fuzzy. That's just the nature of it.
And listen, I'm a pan-secessionist. I believe cultures, quote unquote, whatever that even means. I mean, really, it's not about a culture's right to exist. It's individuals' rights
Adrian,
to protect their own culture.
can I ask about pan-secessionism, or maybe debate about it, actually? Because I don't think this might sound weird, because you think an anarcho-capitalist would also be a pan-secessionist, but I don't think I agree with it.
I don't think necessarily. No. Pan-secession is kind of a new thing, and it was not thought up by an anarcho-capitalist. So why don't you?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, anyways, I would say, can I give my argument against it? It's pretty brief. And my argument is the state that I live in, California. I don't want California to secede, because that would imply more aggressions. So that's just my simple argument. I wouldn't want California to secede from the Union if they wanted to. It would be more tyrannical.
Well, okay. Have you watched the original pan-secession video?
I think maybe. I don't remember.
No. Okay, the one that literally just got released.
Did you just uploaded?
Yeah.
No, I have not watched the video that you uploaded today.
So,
Adrian keeps getting fucking rejected every time he asks that question.
I just got off of work. I went on Discord on my phone, and now I'm here.
no, it's fair.
So-
It's fair. I didn't watch.
Good, but I'm not shitting on you. I didn't watch it either.
I didn't watch it either. No, just kidding. But I didn't watch Morgan's. Because, I got off work, I started my fucking...
I love that. I love how it's like, yeah, nobody watches my videos, but I didn't watch Morgan's.
Everybody else's videos.
It's over.
Like, you just randomly pulled out, like, Morgan, fuck you. And then,
Okay, he's on the call, isn't he? We're not, like, back.
I heard that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
just kidding.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Okay, so in the video, I talk about Zulu debated one of my guys on Scottish secession, right? And my guy's argument was, if Scotland becomes independent, it's going to be like a social democratic, like, hellscape, right? Because the main party pushing for it is a social democratic party, right? So we should oppose it because, you know, the party in power right now, although this was a more defensible position, I suppose, when it came out, before, like, the Conservative Party totally collapsed in the UK. But when this came out, it was, you know, conceivable that the national government of the United Kingdom was going to be more reasonable, less statist than, like, an independent Scotland. But Zulu, I think, rightly argued that one, we can't necessarily expect the party that wins independence to, one, even win that initial election after the independence question is answered, and two, to last too much longer than the question. For example, Sinn Féin was the largest party when Ireland became independent in the early 20th century. Sinn Féin has gone through many phases since Irish independence, but none of it has ever netted it even a junior position in the government of Ireland. So once independence, if you make a political party raison d'etre independence, and then it gains independence, don't be surprised when that party just evaporates. Now, likewise,
Why would you think that would be the case particularly? More in depth. Like, is there like a logic or a science behind why?
Well, okay,
why,
well, let's think about this, right? Okay, so if you're super focused, and in the UK, there's also the example of UKIP, United Kingdom Independence Party. Okay, this party had a decent, it literally at one point it got 13% of the UK wide vote. It was pretty popular in the European Union elections. It got up to like a quarter of the vote, which actually made it the most popular party at one point in the United Kingdom in the European elections, which were more proportional, so it got more representation. Once Brexit happened, once the dog caught the mailman, suddenly no one gives a shit about the UK Independence Party.
Also, Rob Beats wants to talk about something, so whenever you're done with this, there's something else he wants to bring up. But go ahead.
I could just watch the video that you uploaded later today or tomorrow. So
Sure. I mean, it makes a pretty quick case. I want to lay out, like, let's say,
I mean, it's an interesting point. Like hypothetically, let's say California leaves the U.S., leaves the Union.
Yeah.
Could it be the case that this will be a better case for California, and they will have a tend towards more libertarian ideas? Could it be? Maybe.
But the thing is, and despite all that propaganda, California is a major beneficiary of federal spending. If that dries up,
And if they were no longer tied to the U.S. government, they no longer have interest in the U.S. government. And with that, because now they're naturally a smaller state, they probably would also likewise be more naturally libertarian. Just a little bit more, maybe.
I mean, yeah, in libertarian in the sense that they would be more likely to live within their means. Because there's
I'm not saying like it'll be literally like California leaves, it'll be Ancapistan, or anything close to libertarianism. But what I mean will be like more, or I mean it'll be less authoritarian. That probably would be a better way to describe it. Could be. Although I have a hard time of imagining it. It probably would still be authoritarian. It'll probably get worse before it gets better. I would imagine.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Because also what keeps California in check, and I'm specifically only viewing this kind of from like a Second Amendment perspective, since my dad is a big follower on Second Amendment news, and particularly news in California about the Second Amendment, since we got little of that here. I would assume that like when California if California leaves the Union, that means that they got no Second Amendment keeping them back,
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but it's also like, I don't actually even believe that the Second Amendment should be imposed on states that don't want to uphold it. I mean, it's not in
I
the
mean, if you're a
Constitution.
pan-secessionist, within that logic, that would make sense. And I guess technically, libertarians should technically not support the Second Amendment, at least the first half, because
Well,
for a well-regulated state is kind of not libertarian.
well, for
That's not what it says, though.
for a pan-secessionist, it is. But what
For a
I'm
well-regulated state?
what I'm saying is, the Constitution doesn't actually support the Second Amendment within the states. You know what I mean? If we're honest, if we have an honest appraisal of what the 10th Amendment and the 9th Amendment mean, the Second Amendment is for the federal government, not for the many states.
Oh, you know what? I had not slightly unrelated, but it is related to the Bill of Rights, and I want to hear your opinion on it because a couple of days ago I realized there's literally a contradiction in the Bill of Rights.
Like, can you write
and
that
it's
down?
with the Second Amendment. What?
Can you write that down so we can answer this other guy's question? Yeah, whatever. Go ahead. Fuck it.
Oh, well, okay. Let's.
This might open up a whole other can of worms, so maybe I'll talk
Alright,
about it later.
So, well, we can tackle the Rob Eats thing. Okay. Okay. So what does it mean for a social science to not be objective? What it means for a social science to not be objective means that any standard that you try to apply to it cannot really be quantified in the same way that a natural science can be quantified. For example,
Wait, what? Sorry, no, go ahead.
Okay, so for example, if you were to, you can't measure quote unquote happiness or likelihood to, well, honestly, even in that sense, it's kind of like science-oid build. Happiness is a fine one.
But these are still objective. Like, I don't know.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like,
What is happiness?
the-
How do you
it's-
quantify happiness?
No, right. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's objective that that happiness is subjective, and we can derive objective facts about reality from the fact that it's subjective. That's still a social science. Like, praxeology is still a social science that is totally objective. It's just based on action or action as such, not the individual content of actions or the individual content of your motives,
Well,
for example.
I mean,
So I don't know if it's
I
accurate
go-
to say it's not objective.
I go back to the whole like the physics envy thing, right? That Austrians accuse non-Austrian economists of doing. I think in a sense you're right. I mean, it's not like
Well, in a
we're-
sense, I mean, it's just
it's not like we're not making up. For example, like what praxeology implies or doesn't imply, and certainly in a sense, in the sense of a rational proof, we're not wrong when we.
Well, it's objectively true. Like, we're describing reality as is, not as I think it is, for example. Like,
But at the same time, a lot of what we're dealing with are the subjective appraisals of individuals, right?
not in praxeology, no. It's irrelevant.
Well, it's not irrelevant as such. It's simply that. Well, I guess you could.
No, it literally is.
You could say it's irrelevant whether or not, quote, like, okay, someone wants to eat 10,000 cakes, right, and kill himself, or eat a single cake, but the principles behind the action are just as valid, right? It's just the ends that he's seeking to obtain, you could say, are subjective, right? Ultimately,
Yes.
yeah, are subjective. Yeah.
Yes, the ends are subjective, but the fact that you have ends is objective.
Lenin says, in a class-based society...
This is Jorge, by the way.
This is
Raw Beats. This is the ChatGPT Marxist.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Lenin
We can get him
says-
on. We can talk to him.
What?
if you guys
wait,
want
wait,
to.
ChatGPT. He's well. I gotta go to bed soon.
Midnight over
Yeah,
there.
I gotta step out soon. But if I don't mind interrupting and interjecting the whole contradiction of the Bill of Rights, because I feel like I've been going crazy, and I feel like because I looked it up online and nobody has mentioned this as far as I know.
I'll answer you, Rob.
May I say it?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just want to address this guy. Good. Sorry. Go ahead.
So, the Second Amendment says that you have the right to keep and bear arms. The Fifth Amendment says that the government has the right to take property with just compensation.
Yes.
Keep and take are literally in contradiction here. The government has the right to take your arms with just compensation, but you also have the right to keep those arms. There's a contradiction here.
I do agree with you. I mean, I love that the Second Amendment, I don't know who was the original author, but the absolutist language in the Second Amendment is so, like, unironically, if it didn't exist, I am afraid of what America would have become. Because as long as that Second Amendment, like, exists, there are people who think, like, the government basically can't take things from you. Which is great.
I don't know about that. Listen, Adrian, the thing is that people rely on the democratic means to achieve their ends, such as Second Amendment stuff, and not enough people want to take the balls to just have illegal firearms. You know, people want to, like.
Sorry, that's all nice, man, but I mean, we live in the United States, and I know people who don't live in the United States, and people are just not allowed to defend themselves in places that aren't America, and I would not trade that ever for anything. Maybe not.
What we have is great. It's great. The Second Amendment is great, along with the rest of the Bill of Rights.
Don't underrate it. Like, I think it's basically the most important right.
I do agree with you. The Second Amendment, out of all the Bill of Rights, is the most important, and I would say further, it'd be more important. It is more important than the first one. I do agree with you. However, the fact of the matter is that conservatives say, "Oh, we need a Second Amendment to fight a tyrannical government," when we are in that situation right now. They have taken way too much away from us.
I don't care about tyrannical. Well, it's not that I don't care, but, like, I'm way less likely to die to the hand of a tyrannical government than a anarcho-tyrannical government, if you take my meaning. I need the means to defend myself from petty criminals. And if I don't have that... I mean, in Britain, it's literally illegal to kill someone who, like, breaks into your house. Like, I
feel like you're not quite understanding what my point is. My point is that the U.S. population, and particularly the Second Amendment crowd, has done not enough resistance to fight against tyrannical governments.
None of us have.
I feel like I agree with you. None of us have, but I feel like some of us should.
I mean, listen.
All of us.
Cody Wilson is, right? That dude that's like print, paint, shoot. He's done his bit.
Cody Wilson. It doesn't ring a bell. Sorry.
The name sounds really familiar.
Oh my god. Well, okay, alright. Defense Distributed, the 3D printed guns guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
Defense Distributed, yeah, I know him. Are we talking about Pew Pew Tactical? No, not Pew Pew Tactical. Am I thinking of Pew Pew? I know who you're talking about. Defense. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Oh, the guy who made the Glong.
The what?
The Glock and the Glock, and it's also a bomb.
A Glock bomb? You might have to send me a link to
That's
that.
dangerous.
Bong.
Oh, bong.
Even more dangerous.
I thought you said bomb. I thought you said bomb, like it's a Glock but a frag grenade.
Well, I mean,
Which I was like, what?
Talk about getting smoked.
eh,
Heyo.
Anyway, are you guys done with that?
I guess I'm done with that.
All right, hold on. I want to see. He says, Lenin says in a class-based society there can be no objective social science. I think that's referencing, like, polylogism, basically. I'm assuming what he's going for is that
right.
because we're split into proletariat and bourgeois, that both of us have these sort of material incentives because of our environments to basically come up with reasons, quote unquote, or a system to defend our position. So like the bourgeois have their own system, like bourgeois economics. And they have their own logic, and the proletariat have their own logic, and they're in contradiction. Like there's no quote unquote objective logic. I'm assuming that that's what he's going for when he says that there can be no.
Mises talked about that in Human Action.
Yeah. I don't know if Marx ever posits that, but it seems like his followers do.
Marx.
I would say the logical implications of Marxism would imply that.
Marx.
Yeah,
Does
probably.
not say it as such in Capital.
Yeah.
But when he's interacting with other thinkers, he's very quick to accuse them of false consciousness. Proudhon is the one that springs to mind.
Right.
The petty bourgeois, he has a wrong because of his like role, because he's not like a proletariat, which I mean Marx obviously isn't either, but like Marx is able to like grandfather himself into like proletarian thinking.
And Engels, who is not a proletariat by any means.
Literally capitalist in a sense that most of even our parents don't have the privilege of being. Like this dude was a factory owner back when owning a factory meant that you were like a multi-billionaire or whatever, like extremely influential and powerful person, and then just gave all his money to like anyway. But most of Marx's dismissal of Proudhon was based on the fact that Proudhon, because he didn't want to steal from everybody, that he supported like he was a petty bourgeois labor aristocrat, and he does this all the time. When social democrats went after him, when with utopian socialists, it was always on the basis of like what their occupation was, and it was never good enough for Marx, who never held a fucking job in his fucking life.
Also, Rob Eats is pretty much or government versus non-government. I think there's a difference there, first of all, because I think when he says there can be no objective social science, that's very, very different from like what libertarians talk about when they say like government versus non-government. It's fine to posit like incentives based on the position that the person's in, but that doesn't mean there are two separate logics. There's still a logic, and a government employee can understand why they're wrong, regardless.
Exactly. Polylogism just makes it very easy for you to couch out a position, and then your opposition just doesn't get it ever.
Yeah, which I mean, and if you want to posit that, then I think you have like a duty to basically shut up about it. Like, there's no. Then I just can't understand if I disagree with you. Like, that must be the case.
Yeah.
So it's like, don't argue about it. There's no point.
Reduce the problem by one.
Yeah, right. Or like it's just like the racists who believe that, I mean, Mises says this too in Human Action, like black people who have some form of logic versus white people. It's like, that's nonsense. Social sciences are objective. At least praxeology is.
I mean, I think the example Mises used obviously is like the Nazi one, where it's there's Jewish science and there's Aryan science. Yeah.
And it's funny that you hear that a lot now, like, or at least hints towards it. I don't know if you've noticed this, but it didn't seem like that was a thing 5 years ago.
It was a thing 5 years ago. Was it?
It was like this common.
It wasn't a thing 10 years ago, but it was a thing 5 years ago.
Okay, but do you think it's gotten more common or no?
In the last fight, like
Is-
it, like on a upward trend.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, okay.
just because I remember the peak.
In 2016 or whatever.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad, man. Like, yeah, when Trump was about to and / got elected, libertarianism was in the worst position it had been probably.
Yeah, I watched your video on that. That was a good video. The alt-right one.
But I really think, like, I really thought, like, it was over for, like, libertarianism. It was rough. It was rough. Like, I'm like a veteran. I'm like a traumatized veteran.
I mean, it didn't work out, but isn't it kind of crazy that Kanye West went on all those places, like, basically shit-talking Jews?
I mean, I don't even know if it's over. I mean, I feel like he kind of just disappeared, and maybe he'll come back and he'll be like, "I love Jews. I'm a Jew."
I'm saying like that whole thing where he was talking about like, or I mean, you see it in like even libertarians now. It's something happens and then they're like, "Oh, I bet this guy's Jewish or whatever." Like, look up his last name. Like that's a thing, and it like seemed like it was funny and ironic at first, but now it's not.
I mean,
My friend did
I
that.
do this all the time, but that's okay because I'm Jewish.
Well, I mean, like I'm not even saying like, okay, it can be done if it's funny, but like some people do genuinely take it seriously.
Yeah.
I know. You know what? Actually, you know what? I thought it was a joke, but I have a group of libertarian friends who I thought they were jokingly anti-Semitic, but now I'm starting to think, wait, hold up. Wait a minute. I can't tell. I'm autistic, so it's a little bit hard for me to tell, but maybe
Hold
not.
up. Wait a minute.
And I mean, like, I obviously don't want to be like policing people being like, "Oh, you're anti-Semitic" or whatever, because that's a big problem
Yeah,
too. But
joking about like whatever, and even
Yeah, I don't care.
and even if you're like, okay, so I got into this with like a left-wing market anarchist who was like,
Mm-hmm.
listen, I love Konkin so much, but you know it's so messed up that he like supported like Holocaust denialism, and I don't have to defend Holocaust denialism, okay, on its merits, whatever. I don't care, but like.
He did?
Well, yes, he was a patron of revisionist school, and one of the things that they produced was like Holocaust, like something. I mean, denial.
Based Konkin?
Denial is kind of it's a hard, it's a difficult word, like in the context of all this. I mean, like.
Well, you know, the thing is that the Holocaust didn't happen. And if it did happen, it wasn't that bad. And if it was that bad, they deserved it, so.
Alright, this is a stream. You gotta be careful here.
yeah, that's
Oh,
my
okay, shit. I didn't, that was the, shit, I'm sorry.
It's alright, man.
That's a real rough. Delete it.
Oh wait, just
I got a
stop.
little bit too based for YouTube.
I mean, in 5 years, you can probably get away with saying that, and people won't even think it's a troll or satire anymore. They'll just think it's a legitimate statement of fact.
Who said it was a troll? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Sorry, YouTube.
Just
Beats
kidding.
asks, "Are social sciences objective or not?" The answer to that, I think, is yes. James Mack says he watched 21 Jump Street and had his anti-Semitism cured. True. And then JC is back. Libertarianism will continue to be ignored the way they've been the past 8 years until they dare to leave the echo chamber.
Whoa, 8 whole
and the
years? That
IRL
we-
conversation everyone else is having.
I don't want to be ignored for 8 years. Oh my god, libertarians' solutions have been ignored for 8 whole years? This is the first time I'm hearing this. If only we would have gone back to prior to 8 years ago when people were listening to us. You fucking retard.
Honestly, JC, like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if you realize how popular libertarianism has become since it's been founded.
I
mean-
we despite everything and despite all the odds,
Despite making
there's
up
a few of
only-
us.
It what?
Despite making up only 13% of the
Oh, no.
There are dozens of us. Dozens!
No. There used to be two.
There's at least 50 ANCAP in the world.
No, but really, I mean, it seems to me, I'm not like, I don't know how true this is. This is purely anecdotal. It seems like libertarianism is becoming more associated with anarchism.
Yeah.
Which is great.
That's a good thing.
I think
I know.
so. I mean, with the
Fantastic.
rise of the Mises Caucus, I mean, I think so.
Yeah. Well, I think most of it has to do with Michael Malice. But
Michael Malice has definitely been a big help.
I think he has. I think Michael Malice has been irreplaceable. Absolutely fantastic. Even though he's
I
not
don't
great at
know
everything, I
the
don't care.
extent or degree of his help, but he's definitely been a big help.
I mean, he's like popularized anarchism and he's not like horrible at it either. Like he gets some libertarian principles wrong because he's not a libertarian, but
He's not.
He's not a well. You know,
No.
there's those curious cases of those almost libertarian anarchists, but then they're kind of like they're kind of like consequentialists, so they're not quite there. But you know, they're allies at least.
no.
My main man, Dave Smith, deserves some credit too, I think.
Oh sure. But I don't know if Dave Smith has done
Man, don't even get me started on Dave Smith.
why you think
Oh,
he's
what's wrong
bad
with Dave Smith?
Oh my god, did you see that debate?
with who?
I did not. I've heard about it.
The Charles one?
Yeah.
I literally couldn't watch it. He was dodging so much, like it was kind of
Yeah,
embarrassing.
he's bad. It's bad.
That was not good.
He's not good.
That
What
specific
happened in the debate? I didn't watch it.
that was not good. Yeah, and the chat was even worse. And Jose or whatever didn't stop it. Like that, the whole thing was horrible. And I was not going in there on Charles' side. No way.
I heard from Kashmir
personal
that he
friend.
won, so I just kind of took it from Kashmir that he won, I guess.
No,
Oh my
oh God.
god. He
No, not at
lost in
all.
the first 10 minutes.
Immediately.
He literally refused to address any of the actual laws on the books that Charles was citing.
Kashmir was
Oh,
pissed.
well, that sounds kind of cringe.
Kashmir, you can see in the chat if you read it, Kashmir has a different argument against Charles. Kashmir is trying to use libertarian principles against Charles. Dave doesn't even try to do that.
Well, isn't that what you're supposed to do as a libertarian?
Yes, but Dave Smith decided to posture about culture and fucking Rose.
Okay, well, Dave Smith is retarded then.
Well,
Oh, wait,
that-
I'm sorry, shit, I'm sorry.
Respect.
Stupid.
Big dumb.
It was like I liked Dave Smith most of the time, but that debate was specifically bad. It was
I
like
like some
really
of the
bad.
Dave Smith stand-ups, but what the fuck
Can you-
does
can
Dave
you
Smith
post the
know
debate
about
so I can watch it?
libertarianism?
He's really not that bad on like when he went on Joe Rogan like for the first time. He wasn't bad. He did
Listen, I like
Recently?
anyone
Not
who
so much.
says like, okay, the war in Yemen is bad, but like, we don't necessarily like. You can have that guy without making him the presidential candidate. You know what I mean?
That's true.
I don't
Well, he's also
understand.
like he's popular and he understands it like well enough. It seems to me that he's gotten worse though and not better.
Yeah, I would say his good points vastly outnumber his bad points, but yes, I mean, I feel like Dave Smith as a presidential candidate kind of just strikes me as like Joe Rogan as a presidential candidate, in the sense that it would
Exactly.
just be just like this type of very popular, populist figure who might present themselves as somebody who's, but basically there's just not that much intellect behind exactly what they're putting forth. And a lot of it's just kind of
Dave
generic.
Smith- Dave Smith is ANCAP Joe Rogan, exactly.
Exactly, yes.
But no, the biggest problem I have with Dave, like on a convincing scale, is sometimes he just doesn't like go anarchist enough. If that makes sense. Like, I don't know if you guys listened to his recent Joe Rogan podcasts, like multiple of them. And the most recent one, first of all he does is talk about Russia and Ukraine. And it's like, if you're going to do that, just have Scott Horton on. Like, I don't want to. Sorry, Dave. I don't want to listen to Dave Smith talk about it. Like, but Dave Smith should be talking about anarchy and his political positions, but instead he decides to talk about Ukraine. But I mean, I guess it's important to him. But
Because
he like goes for like the standard like minarchist, like when Joe Rogan's talking about the government or whatever, And Joe Rogan says like something that Dave Smith should respond to. He says something about how like we need to replace all the government agents in there. And Dave Smith goes like, yeah, but do you really think that like the people are going to get better or something? Like Dave Smith doesn't attack the very like system itself.
Well, then maybe he's not an anarcho-capitalist. Maybe he's a minarchist.
No, he is an anarcho-capitalist. I just don't know if he's like, I don't know if he like brain farted at the time. I don't know if he might have been trying to do that strategically, like he's trying to appeal. Yeah, he might be scared. I don't know.
Would you argue that by him asking, well, are the people going to get better, could that be seen as an indirect attack upon, the system itself?
Sort of. I don't know if that was exactly what he said. He said something about JC saying he isn't afraid to admit that the state exists and you're allowed to have preferences based on realistic. You're just repeating the same thing over and over again. You haven't responded to anything. But yeah, it could be.
Yeah, no wonder JC defends Dave Smith. Oh my god.
Dave Smith isn't that bad. Like I still like Dave. It's just some of his stuff is.
I'm not gonna listen in the Libertarian Nuremberg trials. Obviously, Dave is not on the list, but he's kind of just like a dope. I don't know. I don't feel like he represents my views well at all. I don't have any interest in him being a presidential candidate, even for the joke of the Libertarian Party that exists now.
I once thought he did, but he's like low-key he's low-key pushing me towards those sides.
Like, I think the reason why we constantly get a lot of dope heads are not like, I think partially the reason why the Libertarian Party has had the reputation it has is because naturally libertarians and being a politician does not go well together. And if you're a libertarian and a politician, you're most likely not going to be the best libertarian. Ignoring somebody like Ron Paul for now, but yeah, like I've had the idea of like, ooh, what if I ran for my local city council? But I just don't like the idea of just being a politician. It feels like something inherently wrong with that, even if it's a small local position.
I don't know about that, but hold on. This guy says Dave talks about ANCAPism with Joe Rogan and such, but he makes the correct move to not autistically spurg about it. See, this is the problem, though, because Michael Malice does, quote-unquote, autistically spurg about it, and I think Michael Malice has made it far more normal to people
on
that side of the aisle than Smith.
Perspective, Michael Malice literally, like, quote-unquote, spurging out at Alex Jones about cops.
Right.
And then later, Alex Jones literally admitting that Michael Malice is correct.
Right, that's what they need to do. We need more Michael Malices. Or, like, if Dave Smith was more like Michael Malice, I would like him a lot more. Not like him a lot more, but I think he'd be better.
Y'all have a good night. Thanks.
Yeah, you too. See you, dude.
Yeah.
No, JC, I don't think Dave does. Like, I don't think that's the problem. Dave is not getting the sort of. I don't think Dave's appearances on Joe Rogan are driving more people towards libertarian anarchy. Michael Malice's are, and he's not even a libertarian.
The thing here is, Dave Smith is, or at least in his prime, he was somebody that I would consider liberty first and anarchy second. Whereas with Michael Malice, I see it as the reverse, where it's anarchy first and liberty second. So what I'm wondering then is since Michael Malice has made, such a bigger impact, in the movement than Dave Smith has, which I would certainly agree with. Do you think that we as, libertarians should put anarchism before the concept of liberty?
I just think it should be strapped. I wouldn't say before.
What do you even mean by anarchy without liberty? That's the first question I would put.
Okay. Well, it's like when I hear Dave Smith, I think libertarian first and anarchist second. When I hear Michael Malice, I think anarchist first.
Well, let's define what that means.
Okay.
What is anarchy without liberty?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I guess, maybe there's a conversation we had there about the left-wing anarchists.
Well, certainly we know that Michael is more comfortable with those people, but
would you just mean the messaging? Like, Michael Malice, obviously, he comes out there and he says, look, I don't care if I'm a libertarian or not, I just want anarchy, and Dave Smith is more like, okay, we need Rothbard, libertarian.
Exactly. Like Michael Mouse's selling point is, the anarchism angle, whereas Dave Smith seems to be more focused on liberty, libertarian. But as a result, because he's focusing on liberty and libertarian, he's not explicitly, calling so much for the abolition of the state or anarchism. So it almost seems as though he's sending a message where, the government could still exist. The government could still be present. I feel like as a result, he almost falls in this type of middle of the road, compromise, position there.
Right. Like, it seems to me that and they're basically the same position, but I think Michael Malice's form of messaging is a lot better.
Right, exactly.
I think it's hard to argue with results, although I literally agree with JC that I find both Michael's general taste in guests off-putting, and I don't like his personal humor, and he's actually, like, in an annoying sense, very censorious. Like, he made fun of Ron Paul after his stroke, but then he blocked people when they were making fun of Meghan McCain crying over John McCain because he was personal friends with Meghan McCain.
Yeah, he does personally stupid stuff that I don't agree with.
Yeah, I mean, he's like...
But overall, he's absolutely fantastic. And I think Dave's good, too. Like, I'm not going to lie. I just
David, okay, I don't hate Dave Smith.
I don't dislike Dave Smith. I still like Dave. Like, I'm not going to... I won't even say I dislike him.
He's fine, whatever, I don't care. Like, I mean, people are allowed to be wrong about things. I think he may just be in good faith wrong about things And
JC, I'm not saying that I think Dave is a scared centrist and not an I think he is an ANCAP. I just don't think he focuses on it enough, and I don't know if he's forgetting it, like the theory as he goes, because that could be very possible. He just seems to be trying to lean more into, like, almost moderating a message or appealing to conservatives a little bit. And I just don't think that works. I think, again, Malice's strategy when he goes on podcasts and says, no, we have to abolish the entire government is way, way, way better. Because what that does is it gets, like, Glenn Beck to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then they go on a big rant, and then Glenn Beck goes, oh yeah, that actually sounds kind of reasonable. Like, that's how you shift the Overton window.
I forgot about the fucking Glenn Beck interview. That was great.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. He goes on, like, standard right-wing podcasts and tells them how they're all wrong, but yet somehow they're, like, all convinced.
The problem is, the statists see themselves as so pragmatic, where it's, even after you make a very, cohesive, detailed, thorough argument for why anarcho-capitalism is the preferable system, you'll still have people like, yeah, I get that, but I still think, the state, I still think we should have a state that covers, only the most necessary parts of society. And it's like they basically kind of just bypass the whole part where they're supposed to actually now provide some type of rebuttal to the anarcho-capitalist argument. They basically just come out and say, yeah, I just think we should still have a government all the same, though.
Oh, 100%.
It's more safe and pragmatic.
But I think you've, like, broken their barriers down, at least to that point, and you can point that out. You can say, like, okay, that's fine if you believe that, but, like, you notice you're not giving an argument. Like, don't be mean about it, but point out, like, what they're doing, and I think people change. Like, they get nervous with themselves. It's not like you flip immediately. But, it takes time. And I think Michael Malice is, I'm going to keep praising him because I think he does an absolutely amazing job with this.
Right, he's great. I got work in the morning tomorrow, so I should probably head out, though.
Damn.
I was literally about to, this has been going quite a while.
4 hours.
I'm happy that if we can call it a success or not,
I think a horrible failure. We should never do it again. What do these people in the chat think? Do they think this was a great success or a horrible, horrible failure?
JC thinks it's a success because we all shut up at the same time now.
This was an absolute disaster, and I loved every minute of it, so glad we could do this.
See ya.
Aw. Yeah, I liked it too. It was fun.
All right.
Oh, yeah,